Hi there, good morning and welcome to another week here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've got another 12 players assembled trying to make it to Champions Week. 6 of them will begin their campaign in Group A today. But before we get into that, let's show you what happened at our thrilling finals night here on Saturday. Week 7 finals night, and Group A winner Andreas Harrison got off to the perfect start. Nothing could get in the way of him securing a 4-0 win over Shane McGurk in the group phase. Kevin Painter enjoyed the same start when the artist whitewashed Mike Gillett. McGurk managed to save his chances that night with a victory over Japan's Haruki Muramatsu. Alex Small pipped Painter in a last-leg shootout to seal his own semi-final spot, while Harrison's win over Muramatsu ended Haruki's hopes. Gillett's triumph over Small was not enough for Mike to make it. Harrison then progressed to the final. The Swede had survived 2 match darts by Small before finally crossing the line himself by landing double top. And it was the artist who would join him in the decider. This glossy finish put Painter in Saturday's Super Series Showpiece Showdown.
Andreas Harrison.
2 at tops.
Game, shot on the
Andreas
mark.
Harrison
And the champion of the MODUS Super
the
Series.
second Swede
Week 7, Andreas
Champions Week
Harrison.
at the Super Series. Harrison gets it won. Commentary provided there by Phil Bars and myself, Chris Murphy. Week 8 getting underway now. Andreas Harrison, as I mentioned, another Swedish player through. Anton Ostlund, the man, is joining, but plenty of big names fighting it out this week to add to that field for Champions Week, Week 13 of this series. And here are the players that will be in action. Neil Duff, the WDF World Champion, back at the Super Series for another spell. Alex Spellman, the man from the USA who's made it to the World Championship this year, he's in action too. Jared Cole, Bradley Roos, WDF Boys Champion last year. Christopher Toonders on debut representing ADC Europe, and James Richardson. Now his son is in action in Group C, as you can see, Josh Richardson. James, of course, famously hitting a 9-dart finish against Josh when they played in our old venue in Southampton. We'll have a look, focus on Group A now and have a look at the betting for the group. And in terms of winning the group, they've installed Spellman straight away as favourite here, looking to carry on that great form he's shown over on the CDC circuit in North America. Richardson and Duff just behind him. Toonders, the big outsider, at 20-1. In terms of the week as a whole, the bookies have it like this. Still staying with Spellman, but interestingly there, Richie Howson coming in as second favourite. He's in later in the week. He's had a great year on the World Seniors Tour, reaching 3 finals, so maybe understandable why they've got him priced like they have. John Worsley, of course, as well, a former weekly winner at 5-1. A few of the debutants as well. Tom Sykes on the right-hand side of your screen there, 18-1. He qualified through an ADC qualifier up in Yorkshire. So that is the betting for this week, and we are going to try and give you some value now. A nicely constructed bet builder. We had a few come in last week, and Spellman versus Cole, the first one on there. Spellman minus 1.5 on the handicap. Duff against Roos, exactly the same bet in favour of the Northern Irishman, and Roos against Spellman again, leaning towards Alex Spellman. That pays just over 7-1. Remember, it is 18+. Do gamble responsibly as always, and begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. Right, the first match of the day features the 2 favourites in this group, Neil Duff, the WDF World Champion, and Alex Spellman, who's here for the first time after a fantastic time over in North America. And Henry Deacon caught up with him before play gets underway.
Alex, welcome back to the Super Series. Looking forward to the week?
Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this since April.
As I say, we saw you in April and done some really good stuff on the CDC tour since.
Right. Yeah, I was able to follow up with my championship last year with finishing first place on the CDC Tour this year, which earned my spot at the World Championships.
I suppose for you this week, obviously you want to go and you want to be successful here, but how much are you going to use this as well as a little bit of preparation for Alexandra Palace?
It's, you know, we're still a little bit far off, so this is more of a tune-up. I would love to maybe get on here right before the World Championships and really use that as the tune-up, but or you know, as the preparation. But any experience is a good experience heading into that.
So you get through to the finals last time you were here at the Super Series. Is there different expectations? Because we saw some really good stuff from you last time. Then you've had
yes.
a week under your belt.
Yeah, I played well last time, but I can be better. I don't know, Saturday. I guess making Saturday was the goal, and maybe I went into Saturday a little flat because I achieved my goal. I made Saturday, but now the goal is to actually win Saturday. Been playing a lot better. My standards have been better. So I don't know if I'll have the same results, but I expect a higher standard from myself.
And we've seen some North American players do really well at the Super Series this year, the likes of Leonard Gates, the likes of Jacob Taylor, the likes of Danny Lowby making their way through the Champions League or getting close to getting through to Champions League this year. How much would you like to add on to that North American success here?
Obviously, any exposure that any of us can bring to how well we're playing on our side of the world is great. I know that a couple of us have made it to finals week. Hopefully I can do that myself and then hopefully actually complete that challenge.
We wish you all the very best this week. Alex, good luck.
Yep, thank you.
So intentions spelled out there by Alex Spellman, looking for a glorious return to the MODUS Super Series. Neil Duff made it to Champions Week last time he was here. Can he do the same and win his week this time around? Let's find out. The first fight is between the pair of them. And our pair in the commentary box for today's play consists of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and a very good morning, everyone. Welcome along to the Super Series. Week 8 is in action, and it is a week that has spelled a lot of success for players in the past. In fact, 2 of the 4 champions in the Super Series format have come from Week 8. So could it be a week that spells double success for the likes of Neil Duff and Alex Spellman? Spellman, an exciting American talent, is going to be making his return to the Alexandra Palace at the World Championships at the end of the year, and the Jacker will be hoping to land the knockout blow this week. Up against him, the Duff man, reigning WDF World Champion Neil Duff. Played some good stuff at the World Seniors match play at the York Barbican a couple of weeks ago, and having made Champions Week last time out, is hoping to make it a repeater, and for him there'd be nothing sweeter. And I'm happy to say that alongside me in the commentary box, it's always a good day when I'm alongside my mate Mace.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everybody.
First leg, Neil to throw
Looking
first.
forward to this week,
Game on.
and especially looking forward to this match. And you're right, he made the semi-finals, Neil Duff, at the recent World Seniors match play. Beaten in the end by a very good Jim McEwen. Also, in Australia, not too long before that World Seniors match play, he nearly defended his title,
53.
but walked into a very good Andy Bartons, who took care of him 10-2, but he was pretty unplayable in that final, Andy. So in decent enough nick, and of course picked up his first weekly title not too long ago, so probably feeling a lot more comfortable and confident. But this man, Alex Spellman, as we've seen before, very talented player.
98.
Welcome along to all of our viewers across the pond who I'm sure have tuned in to watch and support Alex.
85.
And also, congratulations to Dave Chisnell, who picked up another European Tour title last night in Hungary, defeating
94.
Luke Humphries in the final. And what a final it was. Certainly one of the best ones I can remember.
That was a bit special. Imagine hitting a 9-darter, hitting a 170, and then still losing.
37.
Tough score.
He's going to be a threat at the World Grand Prix. Tour he's made a couple of finals of as well, Dave Chisnell.
Yeah, doesn't have particularly happy memories of the one. Well, it's approaching 10 years ago, isn't it? Where he won just 2 legs in the final against rampant Phil Taylor. But yep, the World Grand Prix gets underway on Sunday.
86. Alex, your car 124.
Dave Chisnall will go into that as certainly on the short list, I'm sure, for many dart fans to pick up his first big TV title. Button.
99. Neil Lucar 98.
And that would have been so reminiscent of Alex Spellman, for which those mid-range finishings are a bit of a forte. As for Duff, 98 to get the opening leg on the board.
It's a leg he looked
58.
in control
in 25.
in control of until the last 3 scoring visits. His finishing stats have been impressive
9. Neil
here at
Lucar
the Super
40.
Series.
However, a handful of missed darts in his opening leg has presented the opportunity for Duff. Remember, had the darts in this opening leg,
Game
but it's a
shown
hold
the
it
first
for maybe a
leg.
little
Neil
bit
Duff.
like a break, because he was outscored for large portions of that. But Duff is off the mark, leading 1-0.
Second leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Just a early settling leg for both.
I suppose for Neil Duff now, it's going to be all eyes on trying to defend that Lakeside title in December. Championship he won
60.
back in April last year. He's been waiting a while to defend that particular trophy, and he will get his opportunity come December time.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy enough that
100.
Luke Littler has chosen to play at the PDC because he was certainly one of the favourites. Even at 16 years of age, I've seen a stat the other day. There's only, I think, 5 players this year with superior
85.
stats than Luke Littler. Absolutely, spellbinding. And we've got Spellman,
140.
favourite for the week here this week. Favourite to win the group. 6-4 favourite as well. Very short price. 10-3 to win the week.
40.
And when you have a look at his numbers and have a look at that for a shirt,
That's a bit of a Bobby Dazzler, that one. It's our first max.
140.
and when you have a look at his results, particularly on the CDC tour, the numbers, well, they jump off the page. There's hardly anything below the 90 range. Number of semi-finals in there as well.
100. Neil Lucar
Losing out to the
121.
likes of Danny Baggish. They're the only types of players that have been beating him recently.
Yeah, well, he was a bit of an unknown quantity coming into the Super Series, but he certainly seems to have
51.
blossomed from that experience.
And if he plays to his 12 monthly average, he's going to be more than competitive. 88.86 over the last 12 months.
Yeah, that's
And-
tidy.
And a checkout percentage of 37%.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
47.
Well, that
Neil
was the
Lucar
one thing
70.
that stood out off the page when he made finals night, was his ability to finish. And like you say, it's
54.
that mid-range finishing. He was clinical.
However, it's been a sluggish second leg for Spellman, and it looks like his throw's going to be broken unless he can amount something here to apply pressure upon Duff, and amount something he's going to do.
129. Neil Lucar
Yeah,
16.
Bit of scoreboard pressure, leaves tops. This is for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. Edging closer.
No
Wow.
score. Alex Lucar 40.
Both players presenting each other with opportunities. Spellman tops for a level game.
Game
Neil
shot on the
Duff has
second
missed
leg.
6
Alex
darts at double
Spellman.
in this match, and Spellman levels proceedings up at 1 apiece. Both players have perhaps won the leg that they should have
Third leg,
lost.
Neil to
Yep.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and the averages early doors reflecting that. Both will be
60.
a little unhappy with their level of performance so far. But no matter how many or how much experience you have, it's still a
100.
little bit edgy in your opening game of the day.
Especially for a player like Alex, who would have travelled
83.
across and so much about the first day is how he's prepared, when he travelled across, how much time he's had in the intervening periods.
Jet lag, of course, which is something he suffered last time, but managed
58.
to overcome it quite quickly.
I remember rightly, he was enjoying a lot of walks to and from his accommodation.
100.
Keeping him fresh. He was based a fair way from where our venue is. It was a good 25-minute walk or so. But that was kind of his release after the end of a session, his kind of moment where he can just detach. And it worked a treat for him during the week.
99. $98.
At the completion of this week, we will have 4 more names to find for Champions Week, which, if you want to join us on the Saturday night of Champions Week, it's on November the 4th.
140.
Tickets
Neil the car, 160.
Are at a bit of a premium, but you can reserve your place by heading over to www.dartshop.tv.
84. Alex Car,
Just a
104.
£2 booking fee, but be quick. They are selling fast. And as always, we expect to be at capacity. Needed the treble for tops.
And so it gives
44.
Duff the opportunity
Car,
on 76 to take a 2-1 lead. It's going to be the solitary dart at tops.
56.
Dip just below,
Alex
and so
Car,
Spellman
60.
back for what would be a break of throat.
Yeah, he's had twice as many darts at a double, Neil Duff, than Spellman.
Getting shot on the third
That was
leg.
perfect.
Alex
You see by the
Spellman.
angle of entry that the single 20 doesn't mask the tops.
Fourth
That's
leg,
the
Alex to
best
throw
leg
first. Game
of the
on.
match so far, a 17 dart break.
Yeah, it's been a kind of game so far that sort of flattered to deceive. Both came out brightly, but then a plethora of missed doubles has kind of plagued the contest up to press.
140.
And we see that so often, don't we? If there's missed darts in leg one, it tends to continue throughout the match.
100.
Elsewhere in this group, we're going to see Jared Cole, Bradley Roos, Christopher Tunders on debut, and James Richardson.
James Richardson, very experienced at the Super Series.
96.
One of the many players now to have hit 9 darters.
100.
Did it against one of the players playing this week.
Yes, against his own son in the last leg.
I'm sure Josh is more than happy for us to bring it up for the 110,000th time. We'll
98.
see him in action in Group C on Thursday and Friday, alongside Tom Sykes and John Worsley, who made it through the Champions Week in Series 3.
Yeah, and
85.
Chris
Alex
Squantock,
Car, 167.
who will be playing Tom Sykes for the ADC belt match on Saturday afternoon.
That's also a part of your Saturday night ticket of the Super
58.
Series.
Yes. Yes, exactly that. You can join us each and every Saturday. For a very unique experience, the Super
36.
Series.
Alex
Like no
Car,
other
109.
event out there.
Trouble 19 for Alex Spellman. Gives himself a dart to double 16 for a 3-1 lead and a ton
77.
topper. He is going to come back.
And he's steadily improved, hasn't he? And Neil Duff's not been able to
140.
follow suit, although
Alex
great
Car,
visit to lead
32.
tops. I do not expect him to miss this.
Game shot on the fourth
doesn't.
leg. Alex Spellman.
And that's 3 on the spin for Alex.
Mystic Mate strikes again.
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Well, you mentioned his finishing stats for the last 12 months, which is just over
81.
37%. So Don't need to be a mathematician to work out that with 3 darts in hand, he's more likely to hit a double than miss
16.
one. And he's 3 from 7 so far. Neil Duff ruining those opportunities
100.
missed earlier in the match.
1 from 8 on the outer ring is the Duff man in this game, and is now getting severely outscored by the American.
$96.
And the thing is, he's just steady, isn't he? You just have a reliability when it comes to Alex Spellman in the fact that you know what he's going to do.
95.
He's got a career best average of 107, but he's the type of player that you just know is going to straggle around that kind of high 80s, low 90s as a kind of base for a day.
140.
Yeah, he's always in and around that 90 mark. Does have a, like you say, a high ceiling.
38.
And if you follow Alex on his social media, you'll actually get to know everything about his events, because he actually does a blog of all of his tournaments and events.
Does he? A nice one. I do like that. I like reading things like that, just to
58.
get more of an insight into the individual.
The American Matthew Edgar. Suppose you better get it out of the way. Well done for winning in Slovenia, Matt.
Did he? Slovenia. When was that? The weekend?
85. Alex
Oh, well
Carl,
done, Matt.
147.
So that's 4 finals in
And 2 titles.
2 titles. Go on, son.
Go on, Alex. Nearly a spellbinding finish. Duff back for 102, and he may have to take this
87. Neil
to stay
Carl,
in the match.
102.
Well, he knows exactly what he's got to do now. Treble 17 for the bullseye. Is this going to be a great recovery?
72.
Good line.
Alex Carl, 60.
Just over pitched.
And we know that first dart sits down, and that might just be the most beautiful of guide to Alex Spellman for tops for
Game
the
shot in
match.
the match,
And
Alex
the favourite for the
Spellman.
week is off to the perfect start. Alex Spellman getting the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. The American ace, who's had the big build-up in preparation for this week, has got his week off to the perfect start. He still feels as he trudges up the stage, there's still more levels to go. 85-83 is a decent start, but we know that he's got a big performance in his locker. As for Neil Duff, work to do to improve upon there. Coming up next, 2 weekly finalists in Series 4 go toe-to-toe as Jared Cole takes on Bradley Rhodes.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Spellman got off to a strong start, a 4-1 win against Neil Duff in the first game of the day. The second features two players who both reached weekly finals in the previous stage, Jared Cole and the young Dutchman Bradley Roos, who also made it to the World Boys Final on the WDF circuit and won it on the same day that Neil Duff became world champion. He'll be hoping for a better start than the Duffman today. Talking you through it, Henry and Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, interesting game this between two stars of the future as Jared Cole takes on Bradley Roos. We've seen Jared around the block for many a year now aged 23, residing in Chandler's Ford these days. Up against him, Bradley, 19 years of age from The Hague, and WDF Boys World Youth Champion in 2022. Beat Charlie Large in that final at the Lakeside. On the same day, Neil Duff picked up his particular world title. We'll see them battle it out later on today. But for these two players, well, opportunity knocks. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, they have Jared Cole off as the 4-6 favourite, Bradley Roos out at the 11-10 outsider. And both players came so close to qualifying for Champions Week last time out, both losing out in finals. Bradley, 2-0 Duff.
42.
As for Jared Cole, he lost to our good friend Patrick Van Den.
Bugard.
Perhaps appropriate Paul Hinks is here today.
Absolutely.
60.
Jared with a change of equipment this time round compared
97.
to what we've seen from him in previous times. His manufacturer recently having their product launch last week at the Orbit in
100.
London's Olympic Park.
It looked a very posh event, didn't it?
Do you remember when darts releases were just stuff that you'd pick at the back of the
134.
magazine, you'd order it off a catalogue? Now they're doing stuff at the Olympic Park and all the rest of it.
$140.
Bradley from The Hague in the Netherlands.
Yeah, and he played some very good stuff the last time he was here. Edged out in the
58.
final, of course, against Neil Duff. Great to get a lovely message off of Chris Gilliland.
Indeed, the Northern Ireland team at the WDF World Cup in Denmark are actually
58.
watching this on their
Jared
hotel
Cole,
room, and
170.
maybe you'll be treated to a 170. Jared Cole took 3 of these out the last time he was here.
Yep, good luck to the
60. Bradley Lucar, 143.
Northern Ireland teams. And, of course, all the other home nation representatives.
Sweden would be a tough
55.
quantity this year.
Jared
Andreas
Lucar,
Harrison moving all the way,
110.
moving to Denmark to play that competition straight off the back of this.
Well, he certainly have some confidence the way he played on Saturday night. His average for the
94.
night.
Bradley Lucar, 88.
Myself and Henry are having a look at the numbers. 93.37 for the night. And that matches up really with all the other weekly winners in this series.
Game shot on the
Ooh,
first
a bit of a
leg. Bradley
steal
Roos.
from Bradley. Yeah, that matches up with everybody apart from, well, with the exception of Darryl
Second leg, Bradley
Pilgrim,
through first. Game on.
who won week 2, and his average for the night on the Saturday night on the finals night, 102.24. Their numbers any player in World Darts
60.
would be more than happy with.
Yeah, we were jotting them down this morning. When we came out that average, we just couldn't help but
Well,
laugh.
we had to double check.
81.
Stuart's inquiry. But interestingly, you have a look at the numbers for all these are just the finals. You don't include the qualification days prior to it. If you take out Darryl Pilgrim's 102.24, and Anton
43.
Oslunger has the lowest average of anyone so far on a finals night, 86.68. Everybody else is within a couple of points of each other. That is how closely congealed this Champions Week
96.
lineup is.
Yes, it's going to be a very competitive week, Champions Week, on the evidence so far.
$60.
And still, we have a few more names to be added to that list. And
Yeah,
You've got some
very
exciting weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, some big
85.
names coming in over the next 4 weeks.
I think it says about
100.
the strength and depth that there's some Group Cs you look at and think, I don't want to touch that.
Yes, and of course, come January, when
99.
of course, Q School will be happening. I'm going to see some familiar names go off into the sunset with the tour card, and
100.
possibly
Car 140.
some names we've not had before who unfortunately will lose their card and will be in the rebuilding process.
40. Bradley Car 138.
Well, the 138 for Bradley Roos. Went for the 2 treble 19s, leave himself double 12. And so Jared Cole back on a ton
58. Jared Car
to level this game
100.
up at 1 apiece and to break Bradley back. Tops, because that first dart below is an awful lie for him. Did go tops, but it felt like
60.
a
Bradley
half-hearted
Car 80.
attempt. Does Bradley go straight for the tops? Laid with convention, but the first dart standing up to attention means, well, tops for double 10. That might actually be a happy accident because he's got an open bed to aim at.
60. Jared Car 40.
So for the break back, double 10. But missed
30.
doubles has been a
Bradley
huge
Car
concern
20.
of Jared Cole's this year, and it continues there. And for Bradley, who the last time he was here, he took advantage of a lot of opportunities like this.
Game shot
When
on
one
the second
player
leg.
misses,
Bradley Roos.
he tends to get, and he leads 2-0.
Third leg charity through first. Game on.
And we were both commentating the last time Bradley was here.
125.
And we both felt that as the week went along, like a lot of young players who play in this competition, he learnt a heck of a lot about himself and his temperament and other such things that you don't
100.
get to do in other competitions.
Yeah, he sort of just grew, didn't he, in front of our very eyes, and got more confident,
119.
looked more settled, and ultimately got better and better.
$41.
Here we go. This is the tour card race. And these are those who are currently outside the 64 that would lose their cards. Mario van den
100.
Bogart, Nathan Rafferty, Danny Jansen, Steve Lennon, Connor Scott, who was so good here a couple of years ago, Richie Burnett, Darius Labanauskas, Bradley Brooks, Ted Everts, Louis Williams, Jeff
60.
Smith. That's just to name a few.
157.
Yeah, certainly an exciting time for the Super Series.
137.
That's why we're going to have a constant revolving door of players, of course.
140. Jared Car 20. $10.
Yet
Bradley
again,
Car
more
160.
missed starts at doubles, none from 7. Jared, of course, still getting used to playing in
60.
glasses.
Jared Car 10.
Likes the 2-4-4 split, but goes straight for it this time. And Bradley will be quite wary of the fact that Jared's missing doubles 10
No
to the
score.
dozen, and
Bradley
now has an
Car
opportunity for 3-0.
100.
That's 10 all told.
And the problem is, when you start missing doubles, you could see there was no real confidence in it, in attacking the double.
36. Jared Car 10.
And Bradley's not really cleaned this up. And this time elects for the split and has found the double. He shakes his head disconsolately because he has to go down for double 3. And he's blocked
4.
that bed as well. This is a
Jared Car
mess.
64.
An absolute mess from Jared Cole. And Bradley Rhodes has the opportunity to open up a 3-0 lead with a double break.
with a double 8.
Game
Gets
shot on
it
the third leg.
clinical
Bradley
on the
Booth.
64. Acknowledges that he was a little fortunate there. More importantly
Fourth
for
leg
him,
strategy through first. Game on.
3-0 up.
Gonna have to limber up, son.
Yeah. If you're joining us for the first time, this is Group A, 6 players. We'll all
100.
play each other once over the course of 3 days. Total of 15 matches, 2 points for a win. Leg difference
45.
will count. Winner goes straight through to Saturday night. Positions 2 and 3 into Group B. Positions 4, 5 and 6 into Group C.
57.
Group B is a field of 5 players, with the top 3 progressing to Saturday night over the course of Thursday and Friday. They play from 10 o'clock on a Thursday and Friday night.
121.
Group C goes into Thursday and Friday afternoon sessions starting at 1 p.m. And only the top 2 progress, giving us a 6-player
100.
field for Saturday night's final night, which gets underway at 7:30 p.m. Can follow all
99.
the action on Sporty Stuff TV and on our YouTube channel when we're not on Sporty Stuff TV. Please subscribe if you are watching via the YouTube channel.
180.
First one of the day. And give us a like, helps with the analytics. And don't forget to hit that notification bell.
140. Bradley Ukar 64.
And so Bradley Roos now to see off the victory by 4 legs to 0. When he's had a chance at the double, he is by and large taking it 3 from 5 on the finishing, and he's going to get a chance to finish off
32.
Jared Cole,
Jared Ukar,
but he misses a
96.
match dart at double 16.
Also, welcome along to our many viewers who watch via
39.
your chosen
Bradley Ukar
betting app.
32.
Please gamble responsibly.
Game shot on the
Double
mat,
16
Bradley
is
Booth.
pinned for Bradley Roos to seal a 4-0 success against Jared Cole, who missed 12 darts at double in that one. Bradley, well, when the opportunity came, he took full advantage of it, but both players know that there is huge work to do as the day goes along. Bradley is off the mark. He wins 4-0. Coming up after the break, it's a first look at Christopher Tunders on the Super Series stage as he takes on a man who knows the live lounge all too well in James Richardson.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen a couple of dominant displays so far. Alex Spellman and Bradley Roos both winning their opening matches very, very healthily indeed. Well, next up is a meeting between a Super Series stalwart in James Richardson and a debutant here at the Live Lounge as the Dutchman Christopher Toonders makes his bow on the Super Series stage. And Henry got to know Christopher a little earlier this morning.
Christopher, welcome to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to this week?
I'm very much looking forward to this week. Like, it was a little bit my dream to play here, I'm gonna be honest. And like now it's coming true. I am happy to play here. Hopefully I can do my best here.
For viewers watching who may not have seen as much of you before, especially in the United Kingdom, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, I'm 21 years old. I always play like only the development tour from the PDC. Just won the first tournament this year and never been on display this much at the PDC before. So, yeah.
You said it was a dream to play. You actually turned down playing at the WDF World Cup this week to play in this competition. Is that how
Yes.
important this is for you?
Yes, that's how important it is to me.
In terms of goals and expectations, have you set any this week, or are you going to take it one game at a time?
I'm gonna take it one game at a time, but my hope, my goal is it to play on the Saturday night, and but I'm gonna look forward to it.
And of course, being on that stage in front of the cameras, relatively new experience for you?
I played the German Super League. That was a live broadcast to the TV, but yeah, it's a little bit new. It's the second time in the TV. Like, yeah, it's new.
We wish you all the very best this week, Christian. Good luck.
Thank you.
So,
Well, sorry, pal. Yeah, interesting to hear from debutant Christopher Toonders. I wonder if he's a Newcastle fan. Should be after yesterday. My goodness.
Well, no, because they didn't win 9-0, did they? What about the 21-year-old then from Dortmund? Development Tour winner this year. Interesting to see how he gets. Against James Richardson, interesting transition there.
Yeah, well, the Super Series is very popular in Germany, and of course they've had success here, namely with Lucas Wenig,
First leg, Christopher throw first.
who actually
Game on.
decided to play Pro Tour Champions Week as he was on the reserve list.
57.
Well, this young man is opted out of the World Cup to compete here. Interesting. But what he does guarantee himself is 5 days
140.
of experience, which could be invaluable, of course. I want to see him in a black and white shirt. He's got to go down that route with a name like Toonders. James Richardson sporting a new look
140.
shirt, the SDG design, and I know them very well. They're people who do my shirts
92.
and my beautiful dartboard surround.
How is the gaff?
41.
The channel cruise is going very well, thanks, pal. I've actually come to work for a bit of a rest.
100.
Working with me is a rest. Goodness me, what's going on?
That's how tough the pub game is.
64.
Well, this has been a solid start here for
Yeah.
Christopher.
112 can still finish. Ball.
Games on the first leg. Christopher Toonders.
If he lacked any kind of confidence, that would have removed any element
Second
of
leg, James
doubt.
to throw first. Game
Beautiful
on.
little 15 darter with a ball finish. This one will be played at
100.
a very nice pace by the looks of it.
You know, we say stars make
78.
fights. I feel like both players will feed off of the energy and the pace. In terms of the odds, Christopher Toonders went off the 7-4 outside and James
125.
Richardson 2-5 on. But is it fair to say we haven't seen maybe the best of James in this building yet?
No, I think
57.
you're spot on there. I think he had a bit of a dip in form, but speaking to him today and watching him go through the
100.
many practice routines the players use in preparation. He looked good,
60.
saying all the right things. Been doing okay on the ADC tour, hasn't he?
60.
He's been very religious in playing those events, and the reason why he is here is because he won a ADC Open Series title
96.
in
James
2023.
16.
In fact, he could qualified about 100 times for this series via the ADC. He's now looking to take out the 116 to level
James
up.
on the second leg.
That's two
James
legs played,
Richardson.
2 legs won with ton toppers, 1-1. This is a cracking match thus far.
Yeah, this is
Third leg,
wonderful.
Christopher throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Tunders probably was quoted as the outsider. Looking at his stats for the last 12 months, his
57.
highest average 98.76, but a running average of around 80. So we will have to find some improvement to get
93.
some success here this week. As we already mentioned, looking at the
100.
numbers for just the Saturday nights, everybody's winning average well in excess of his current running average.
83.
And it's kind of reminiscent of the form that he showed at the World Youth
134.
Championship, where his averages were 73, 83 and 83. Got through to the last 32, got out the group, but then was beaten by Dylan Slevin in the first knockout
59.
match.
I mean, he does have a decent win rate, 68% of his matches played. He's
134.
victorious in. But again, it's all about levels, isn't it? Well, impressive so far.
58. Christopher Carr,
And
76.
we have seen players come here and make serious improvements on their
Game shot on the third
annual
leg. Christopher Torres.
performance levels. I mean, that's 3 consecutive 15 darters here. Only had 1 dart missed at a double.
Fourth leg, James to throw first. Game on.
And this is what we say about stage players compared to floor players. And we say it a lot in the professional
96.
ranks, but now in the amateur game, we can work that out through this competition.
Well, Dimitri being a perfect example of that.
100.
Some players just come alive under the lights.
100.
But you will learn so much about himself and his game this week. I say guaranteed 5 days of darts under the lights. Invaluable. You're playing probably more darts this week on
43.
camera than he will have in his entire career.
Well, this is effectively work experience for him. And
96.
my advice to him would be treat it that way. Look, you're obviously wanting to go out and win every single game. Of course you are, but perspective, I think, when you're on debut at his stage of his career is
132.
absolutely everything.
100.
So
James
Richardson,
Carr,
130 to level this game up at 2-2. We've seen a plethora of 10+ finishes so far. We've seen a plethora of 15 dart legs. And the 2 nearly married up there.
125. Christopher Carr, 145.
Well, this is now officially the worst leg of the match.
109. James Carr, 5.
1 for double 2. Takes care of the single one. Oh, no, this is awkward. Yeah, just that's the shift over. That's the
1.
That's
Christopher
the
Carr, 36.
amount of the double he could see. Yeah, he knows.
28. James Carr,
Big
4.
opportunity.
And so down for the Desmond double for a Desmond scoreline.
And again, has to move. Finds it. Top corner.
Game shot on the fourth
Yeah,
leg.
it didn't
James
look in, did it?
Richardson.
I thought it was in the double 15 initially.
Fifth leg, Christopher throw first.
It's the
Game
4th
on.
consecutive hold. I've been reliably informed that Christopher's
140.
surname is pronounced Tonders. But
140.
I'm going down the Toon line. Toon Army.
Going to say Paul Nicholson must have been a very happy man in
93.
Budapest last night.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, I bet your old sparring partner, Mr. Walling, wasn't too pleased.
No, I didn't have the art to. I mean, it was such a
85.
mauling that yeah, I couldn't message him, and just banter wouldn't have been appropriate.
133.
Meanwhile, Mr. Murphy up there is probably grinning like a Cheshire cat at that
Yes,
scoreline.
of course. Yeah, he's a.
83. Christopher Carr, 135.
Is it the Wednesday fans that are called piggies?
95.
Do you know what? Good question. I don't know.
I've heard that somewhere, I think.
All I know is that there's somewhere down the
59.
bottom of the
Christopher Carr,
championship.
40.
Tots are free, 2. Double 10 is
Game shot of
found,
the
and
fifth
Tonders
leg,
is
Christopher
free
Tonders.
2 to the goods.
Yeah, like I said, we mentioned performance levels and how they can improve.
Six leg James to throw first.
He's
Game
averaging
on.
91 and a half.
$60.
And this will be the first match where the player with throw will have been
100.
victorious if he turns this 3-2 lead into a win and 2 points.
123.
Richardson trying to pile in something by way of response. But I suppose the big task for Tunders is, yes, as
45.
good a start as it is, it's how he marries it up and compares it for the duration of a day over 5 matches.
100.
We have to go to the well of a final leg, though.
59.
Richardson in a very strong position here to hold the throw in to send us to a deciding leg for the first time today. The previous 2 matches were convincing wins for Spellman and Rose, respectively.
100.
Yeah, and that's where you'll see the experience of Richardson pay dividends.
57. James Carr, 118.
Well, it's 118 going to get Christopher's number. He's already had a 116 in this match and missed double 5 for 130.
98.
Threatened another ton topper.
70. James Carr, 20. Game shot on the
That
sixth
is
leg. James
6
Richardson.
holds of throw.
Seventh and final leg. Christopher Doe first. Game on.
The sporting acknowledgement of a fist bump ahead of the final leg.
93.
Recovers well. The cover on the 18s.
57.
In this situation, just so I tell yourself, get at least one big treble for a visit.
44.
Did that visit feel a little bit nervy to you, Chris?
Yeah, it just looked edgy, didn't it?
42.
No, he's got away with it.
And it's at this point where you feel like James has got to draw upon all of his experience.
We've not had a max yet. He needs one.
140.
Nearly right on cue.
Christopher could do with a treble
100.
here. Finds one last start to put him first to a finish. Oh, this is excellent play from Richardson. Superb play from Richardson.
162.
It's
Well,
not a 180, but it's a
No.
max.
It's a max on the 18s, and that was a wild one.
80. James
Rescues
Carr,
again, though,
100.
but a ton to take it. Tops. There's one of them.
80.
And a whisker of a wire away from a second. And so Tonders for his first win at the Super Series. Looking at double 16. Has to move across,
18.
but cannot
James
find the
Carr,
double.
20.
And so Richardson wants double 10. 5s.
10. Christopher Carr, 32.
The player we didn't expect to miss has offered up
Game shot
an
on the match,
opportunity
Christopher Tonders.
for Christopher to defy the odds. As Henry mentioned, he was the 7-4 dog in that race, but he is victorious. Full 3 on debut. Picks up his first 2 points of the day. Steady enough performance and certainly above the levels he's been playing at over the last 12 months. Up next, Alex Spellman takes on Jared Cole.
Welcome back. 3 games played so far here on Monday at the MODUS Super Series, and this is what has happened. A recap of those results. Victories for Alex Spellman of the USA, the young Dutchman, Bradley Roos and Christopher Toonders of Germany. A 4-3 success over James Richardson after a couple of dominant wins for the previous 2. Coming next then, Jared Cole looking to get off the mark. He takes on the man from America, Spellman, who recently booked his place at the PDC World Championship and will be looking to get some form going into that tournament in December. Can he do it here at the Super Series? We'll find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, he would certainly be looking to lift his levels from his opening match, but for me, all the players get a bit of a pass out on Game 1 just to shake off any early nerves. But he did average 85, 83. Certainly wasn't a horrible performance and improved as the match progressed. And, well, look at this for a difference.
140.
Why Sheffield fans call each other piggies. And it is believed that their former grounds were built on old pig farms. Or swineries, or I think they used to refer to them as. More useless information for you, everybody. But there you go.
Could be used at the pub quiz.
96.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, having a look at the odds, Alex Spellman 4-9 on, Jared Cole 13-8. If they both played to type, you'd expect Spellman to win quite
140.
comfortably, wouldn't you?
Ooh, not sure about that. I certainly think Spellman is the more reliable of the two.
45.
I certainly think Jared Cole has a high enough ceiling to certainly win a match
125.
against Spellman. I think Cole is the more explosive player and Spellman's the more reliable. Which can sometimes
140.
give you
Jared O'Carr,
a
136.
good mix.
But it's that single 5 which has
Yeah, and
caused
that's,
Jared problems.
73. Alex
that's
O'Carr,
the issue.
80.
There's the odd wild dart. So Spellman's, you would feel, would always get offered up opportunities. And he's got one here. Single 15. Ball.
37.
He's
Jared
an
O'Carr,
experienced
63.
soft tip player, which is predominantly played on the ball, so you always fancy him on the bullseye. Double 16.
47. Alex
Again.
O'Carr, 43.
That was his downfall in his opening match, of course. Against Bradley, it was missed doubles, none from 12, none from 13 on the day.
Getting shot on the first
And Alex
leg.
Spellman
Alex
goes
Spellman.
down to go up, and he leads 1-0. Well, he's got a dog on the back of his shirt, and his
Second leg,
tail will be
Jared
wagging
first.
now.
Game on.
Like it.
180.
Jared will like that. His first max of the day. Our second of the day. If you do want to get in touch with us, of course,
41.
we're on all the social media platforms, but if you want to contact us, direct into
95.
the commentary box. It's at MSS Darts. We do have the formerly Twitter, now X app open. Well, Henry will have that open. If you've got any questions, queries, or comments,
100.
please get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. I say you have direct access straight into the comms box.
96.
And what we will do is we'll answer questions, but make sure you're following at MSS Darts. And me and Chris will do a little bit of a question about all things darts as the day goes along in the commentary box. Plenty to talk about, plenty to enjoy. And that was nearly a maximum there. And so
135.
Cole,
Jared O'Carr, 130.
6 darts on 130 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Doesn't have to attack it if he doesn't want to.
58.
Despite Spellman leading 1-0, there's a big disparity in averages. 89 Spellman, 101.5 for Jared Cole at these early stages.
64. Jared O'Carr, 72. Getting shot on the second
Very
leg.
nice.
Jared Cole.
Yeah, celebrates hitting his first double of the day. They have a little smile between each other.
Third leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Good energy in the practice room between the players.
Yeah, series of good lads in that practice room. Really good camaraderie in there.
140.
Well, it was interesting last week. That practice room,
134.
Kevin Painter in there with Makuru, Haruki, Andreas, Core. Let's just say it was a little bit quiet in there.
Yeah, there may have been a bit of a language barrier. No such drama this week.
140.
What, Kev? He was from Ipswich.
Essex.
60.
And then watched his beloved Ipswich beat Southampton 1-0 last Tuesday.
Yes, I hear you had a very salubrious evening in the box, weren't you?
Yeah, well, Owen
57.
Binks at the end of that night, hospitality and all the rest of it. So Matt Edgar says, "Well, you need to tip the waiter," and Owen gives out 8 £1 coins.
Classic.
To be fair, the only one Donny's ever done is McDonald's drive-through, so we'll give him a free
42.
pass.
Jared Carl,
Well, this is the Hinks
127.
special. 1, 2, 7, and game. It's Jared game. Not this time.
32. Alex Carl, 122.
So 1-2-2 for a 2-1 lead. Jared Cole staring down the barrel of a breaker throw if this doesn't go. Oh, that's excellent. Double 7. Just inside. And so
115.
Cole comes back for
Jared Carl,
95. Does he go the 25 or does he attack on the 19s? I'll tell you, he went for the bullseye there. And he's recovered well with the second dart.
55. Alex Carl, 7.
Double 2 for 2-1.
Getting shot on the
Finds it.
third leg.
Clinical.
Alex Spellman.
2 from 4 on the doubles for Alex. 87.5 the average.
by Jared to do first. Game on.
98.66. Jared Cole, but it's Jared that trails. Just been a little bit erratic
57.
at times.
$91.
Jared, of course, been a
43.
huge part of the Super Series from the very, very beginning, where in fact he was playing in his conservatory in what was a glorious summer. He was
140.
baking in there.
$93.
Was that when you were in your box room in your Spider-Man pajamas?
Well, it was quite bizarre. The very beginning, and George rang me up and said, "Have you still got your studio at home?" I said, "I have."
140.
What's your internet speed? I'm thinking, what does he want? I've got an idea. There I was in a
58.
studio at home
Alex
with
Carl,
multiple
130.
laptops with the players in their houses and commentating that way, which was quite strange. But look at it now. Acorns
90.
do turn into oak trees.
And in the case of Spellman, the acorns really
45.
are beginning to
Alex
grow.
40.
Tops after 12 for a breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. And remember, Jared Cole was
Getting
threatening
shot
the
on the
break in the
fourth
last
leg.
leg,
Alex
and he's managed to
Spellman.
survive the scare. He leads 3-1. The puff of the cheeks from Jared Cole.
It's just the
Fifth leg,
reliability of
Alex to
Spellman,
throw
isn't it?
first. Game on.
In that leg alone, Jared Cole managed to take nearly 14 points off of his average.
$60.
Coming up
30.
next, James Richardson back in action against Neil Duff. That will be followed by Bradley Roos and Christopher Toneders. And that will
140.
then see the players all completed 2 cycles of games.
140.
Table will begin to start to take some kind of shape.
Do have one or two viewers tuning in
171.
from Germany. I've just had a couple of messages this morning. Great to see you tune in to us, wherever you're watching throughout the world. You may well be watching Alex Spellman here. Round off
125.
4-1 victory against
130.
Jared Cole. 130 required for the match. Oh, yes. Last time out, he went treble 10 because Cole wasn't on a finish. Did exactly the same this time
90.
round.
Tops after 12. This is a very, very tidy performance from Spellman. Currently averaging 97.
60.
The game
Alex
has
Ricard,
completely
40.
dropped off for Jared Cole.
So tops for Spellman to make it 2 from 2 and 2 4-1 victories as well.
Getting shot on
And
the match, Alex
Spellman
Spellman.
is beginning to look as if he is beginning to detach himself from the rest of the pack. A 96.33 average, 4 from 7 on the doubles, and he has put in by far the best performance of the day. Jared Cole, well, he averaged 86.65 himself, 1 from 3 on the doubles, but Spellman just put in a bit of a kick as the finishing line moved forward, and so he takes command of the league table, winning his first 2 matches. Coming up after the break, James Richardson and Neil Duff. Well, they're both looking to get off the board.
And that big Champions Week is drawing ever closer now in week 8 of 12 of qualifying. Neil Duff was there last time, of course. He's back in action now. The Northern Irishman who was a Lord of Lakeside last year. He's taken on James Richardson in match 5. Both players lost their opening games. And Chris Mason and Henry Deacon will guide you through this one.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, what is Richardson and Duff going to provide us here? We both think it's going to be a very, very tight game, and perhaps the over 5.5 legs at 1-2 market could be one of interest. As far as the match odds are concerned, well, they have James Richardson odds as the 8-11 favourite, and Neil Duff the even money outsider.
Yeah, I think that's more based on the advantage of throw for Richardson.
123.
In terms of winning Group A, they're priced at
70.
7-2. 3.5 to 1 for the pair. I'd make this a very much a coin flip game. I'd go 5 to 6 each of 2, but I see their thinking with the advantage of throw to Richardson.
Remember, if you're having a flutter, 18+ begambleaware.org if you're having a bet on the Super Series today or indeed this week. Since we last seen Neil Duff here, he did play in that World Seniors match play, which we did mention in his previous match, losing out 9-5 to Jim McEwen. B, a player we're going to see later on this week in the quarterfinals of that competition, Richie Housen. That was in extra time legs, 11-9, averaged 92.38 in that game. And then beat the defending champion, Robert Thornton, in the first round, 92 average there. So comes into this in some very good form, but didn't quite show that in that first game. Missed 8 darts at double, averaged below 80 against Alex Spellman.
Yeah, but we've seen performance levels go up already in the start of the second cycle of matches, certainly from Spellman, and certainly here from James if he lands tops, which he does. 15 darts. He's had a lot in the corners, hasn't he? Making Paul Hinks earn his crust today.
Second leg Neil did through first. Game on.
Put it in the corners, a bit like his football team.
Refereed 607 legs last week, did Paul Hinks. Put in a bit of a shift, didn't he?
And back to do it all over again this week. Back at the World Seniors events. And the match play, refereed every single game. He did so in Yeovil in the blistering heat in a suit.
Yeah, it was. There he is, Paul Hinks. Of course, was one of the premier referees in the PDC for many, many years.
41.
Loves his darts. There's Paul Hinks. So does a lot of exhibition work as well, doesn't he?
140.
Some big events.
So very much travelling up and down the land, such as the career Paul Hinks had. He refereed 4 World Championship finals. Actually, the first referee to call in a 9-darter in a world final. Gary Anderson against Adrian Lewis on that day in January 2011.
60.
In fact, nobody's hit a 9-darter in a world final and lost.
Talking of big events, there's one in, well, not too far from
Neil Lucas, 76.
Not too far from the pub. Roller World in Derby this Friday night. Face Off 2023.
56. James Lucas, 80.
Again, tickets for that are available. Not too many left. Head over to dartshop.tv for those. Ooh, tops. Cheeky.
Game shot on the second leg. James Richardson.
2-zip. 103.66 the average.
Third leg James to throw
first.
At
a good rate, James Richardson. And Neil Duff himself averaging 94, but he's only had 1 dart by way of a look-in at double.
Actually, another match.
180.
That's 3. Yeah, Colin Osborne in action in that event in Derby this Friday, as is MVG, Rafferty, Michael Smith, amongst others.
140.
Average at the moment, 110.81 for this man.
100.
As a trail for his last start could be significant because Duff himself kicked off 140 in this leg.
140.
This is really good stuff. Richardson free max is 109, Duff 102, and trailing 2-0.
Only had
60.
one dart at a double.
Oh, if he can cram in a hat trick of 140s, he'll be in a very good position to break, but it's going to be a very tall order now.
13.
Well, he's kind of
James
undone the good work in this
161.
leg with that visit. And so it gives Richardson 6 on 161. Doesn't have to go for it if he doesn't want to.
127.
Yeah, seen a lot of players do that now. Seeing the ball used more and more. Oh, lovely Max, his
180.
first.
James McCall 34. Getting shot on the third leg,
And
James
that's a
Richardson.
15 darter. This is great stuff from Richardson. 102.48, 3-0 up. We expected
Fourth leg,
this
Neil to
one
throw first, game on.
to be tight. Neil Duff, 101.77 after 3 legs.
In high quality stuff.
100.
This is Neil's first tournament since the British Open weekend at Bridlington. Lost out in the last 32 of the Classic to
100.
Tavis Dudney 4-2. Tavis, a really good young player. Maybe next year or so would be worth a go in this particular competition.
140.
Made it through quite deep in the British Open, if I remember rightly, Tavis. There was a number of good young players who made it through quite deep in the
60.
British Open. Won, surprisingly, by Luke Littler.
Did he win them both?
Believe he did, yeah.
Don't know why I said that
89.
in a shocked response. The way he's playing of late. Going to be fascinating to see him on the big stage at
134.
Ali Pali. I will be there for its entirety. Alongside
100.
Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson, working for TalkSport.
140. Neil Carr 72.
Meanwhile, Duff here, 72. His priorities will be at the lakeside as far as World Championships are concerned. Topped to pull one back.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Neil
indeed he does of his second attempt at a double. Richardson, though, now is throwing for the match.
Yes, everything's in that 5-visit
Fifth leg, James to third
region
first.
in
Game
this
on.
match so far. Both players maintaining 100-plus averages. We have seen a
100.
huge improvement in the second cycle of games. One more match to come in the second cycle of matches. Bradley up against Chris.
44.
That's next. See if those two can improve as well, as everybody else has.
Yeah, our two
81.
ADC European representatives this week. And, well, you have to say, when you look at the list of players that are in Champions Week, what a job they're doing. In fact, of the players in there, out of the 7,
43.
3 of them are representatives of ADC Europe in Marina Mikkels, Anton Oslund and Andreas Harrison.
It's
81.
Scandinavia's having a bit of an input in the Super Series this cycle.
174.
Oh, the switch to the 18s. We've had 4 180s and a 174.
99.
Colloquially known as the Dundas.
7 scores of 140 of more in this match
30.
from Neil Duff.
James Carr
4
140.
for Richardson, including 3 180s, just the 1 140.
But that 174 has been amongst a myriad of mediocrity for
9.
Neil Duff. And, well, that's the first 9 of the week.
Not the 9 players want.
95. James Carr 131.
All jokes aside, it's opened up the door for Neil Duff. Unless Richardson could finish off a 131, which he can't do on this occasion. And so Neil Duff,
55. Neil Duff,
115 to
115.
pull it back to 3-2. And this would be for a breaker throw. And for the bullseye.
Well, he could go 15 ball, but he doesn't like the lies, so he'll probably go 25. Yep, tops.
95. James Ricard, 76.
That was to save it. This is to win it. 76 for Richardson. 2 in hand, a double 8. A
Game
ruthless
shot of the match,
performance from
James
James Richardson to get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. 3 maximums, 4 out of 6 on the finishing. It was a destructive display. 4-1 victory for Richardson, a 96 average. Neil Duff himself averaging the same. Only had 3 opportunities at a double, took one of them, but it is Richardson who gets his first win on the board. Coming up after the break, Christopher Tonders and Bradley Roos gets their second game of the campaign underway. Both of the winners in closure in round 1. What can they do in the second?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen that convincing win for James Richardson, 4-1 against Neil Duff, who's left without any points in the table. But now, a couple of players who got victories in their opening matches. Christopher Tonders on debut beat Richardson 4-3, whereas Bradley Roos, well, he was spectacular in a 4-0 win over Jared Cole. Which one of them will double their points tally? We're about to see in the company of Henry and Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So, these two European youngsters going toe-to-toe
First leg, Bradley
here.
through first. Game on.
And who's going to win out? Now, in terms of the first round of fixtures, yes, both got victories, but Christopher Tonder's had the better of the two, an 85.06 average, 4 out of 12 on the finishing, and that 112 high
42.
finish for Bradley. Well, he took on Jared Colt in his opening game of the session, and it was quite a
59.
nervy affair, I think it's fair to say. Bradley, when given the opportunities, took advantage of them, 4 out of 7 on the outer ring. But we'll know that in terms of the scoring stakes, he's going to have to up that a little bit in this one if he's to pick up the points against Christopher. As far as the odds compilers are concerned, they do have Bradley as the
84.
heavy favourite, 8 to 15 with the odds compilers, and Christopher the 11 to 8 outsider. But beware his odds when it comes to the bookies, because he was the outsider in his last game against James Richardson, and he managed to burn the odds compilers there.
140.
Yeah, so far today we've seen Spellman win at 8 to
45.
11 in his opening match against Duff. Bradley win at 11 to 10, 4-0 against Jared. Then Chris defied the odds, as you mentioned, 7 to 4 against James. And Spellman at
133.
4 to 9, taking care of Jared 4-1. And then James at 8 to 11,
60.
beating
Bradley
Neil Duff,
O'Connor,
who was
46.
even money. But this is very much a
Being shown on
battle of the
first
young
leg, Bradley
guns.
loose.
14 darter from Bradley wins the opener.
Second leg, Christopher throw first. Game on.
This could well be a glimpse into the darting future, watching these two in action.
Yeah, for sure.
85.
Just never know when they're this age.
$60. $96.
Look at Gian Van Veen's progression over the last couple of years. Who would have known that when he made his debut down in Southampton?
180.
The call was worth the wait.
Got to make sure.
96.
It's awkward for the referees, of course, because they like to stay well out of the way to not become a distraction to the players. And the darts now are so tightly
56.
grouped, aren't they? It's hard to know, as you can see. Paul Hinks stays well out of the
26.
way.
And the other thing, referees stand in different positions. One that stands out for me is the Welsh referee, Garen Roderick, who stands well out the way, square one, but actually if a player moves to the right of the ball, he actually has to
140.
sort of shuffle across to not get in their way. Different
58.
referees have
Bradley
different
O'Connor,
positions, but they try and
65.
stay as square on as possible, as Bradley looks for 65 for the break in 2-0.
Took a bit of a risk there
25.
with Christopher on
Christopher Carr,
140.
140. 44. Bradley
Saw
O'Connor,
it before,
40.
didn't he? Tots for 2-0.
Game shot on
2-0
the
it
second
is,
leg.
and he's been
Bradley
ultra
loose.
reliable on the doubles. He was 4 from 7 in his first game. He's 2 from 3 here. Don't give Bradley
Third leg, Bradley to
opportunities.
through
Yeah,
first.
massive contrast in performance
on.
levels. Bradley averaged just 78 in his 4-0 win against Jared. After a couple of legs here, he's averaging 97. Christopher, who averaged
97.
a decent enough 85 in his opening match of the day against James Richardson, where he won 4-3,
100.
is averaging around 70.
And this is where the big questions lay. He had played in the German Super League before, so he's playing a competition. Well, the German Super League is actually a
100.
minefield of a competition. The amount that you've got to play in a day and over the course of a week, it makes
Yeah,
this
Paul-
feel like a small
140.
tournament.
Yeah, Paul Nicholson went over there to cover it, didn't he? said, it was very similar
60.
to this in terms of the group theme, but it was more matches. It was 9 players in a
131.
group.
Wasn't it first to 6 as well?
Yeah, and you play 8 matches in a day. I don't think I could play 8 matches in a week.
That makes this feel like a bit of a
85.
sprint.
Christopher Carr 130.
When he went for the
105.
ball, even with Bradley on 159, he's probably just trying to give himself a bit of a boost and a bit of a lift.
Well, you know we've done it now, Chris. Now you've
65.
mentioned that. That's what the
Christopher
next
Carr,
series
25.
is going to be. 888 for Christopher. Way back to
9.
2-1. Does it
Bradley
go?
Carr,
So Bradley
94.
94.
A couple of options. Treble 18. May go double. Yeah, I went for the double 18 for tops.
54. Christopher Carr 16.
888 to half the deficit. One left.
Game shot on the
Finds
third
its way
leg.
and crashes it off the barrel of the
Chanders.
first, and back it goes to 2-1, and a break accrued.
Yeah, it was a great dart, that, from Christopher.
4-5 Christopher throw first. Game on.
This is there, and he's in a world of trouble. Might have found himself 3-0 down. As it is, the break of throws got him back
96.
in the match.
$26.
Christopher throwing with a Colin Lloyd dart.
100.
21 grams. Big fan of Borussia Dortmund, the football side. And his all-time sporting hero is
81.
Robert Lewandowski, the Polish forward who played for Borussia Dortmund once upon a time.
42.
Well, when I was in Amsterdam for the World Series finals, I actually did a tour of the Ajax Stadium.
They actually did it
100.
before yesterday.
Yeah, I know, they got thumped, didn't they? It was very impressive. Considering it's now 25 years old, I think.
137.
It's the first one with the retractable roof.
Got trashed yesterday though, didn't it? I don't know if you saw the videos.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they were 3-0 down to Feyenoord, and the Ajax fans decided, well,
100.
enough's enough.
Christopher
Pyros
Carr,
on the pitch, the stadium
126.
got trashed, the game
Oh.
got abandoned.
Oh, right. Dear.
The Dutch
54.
Eredivisie. Big rivalry, that Ajax Feyenoord. Some rivalries are going to develop here at the Super Series as well.
94. Christopher Carr 72.
Double 12 for 2-2. And from 2-0
48.
down, he's had the
Bradley Carr,
opportunity to level the
100.
game up, and that's come to pass. And now Bradley Rose comes back for a ton. Tops is what he's looking at. Not to be. And
60.
so
Christopher Carr 24.
Tunduz for 2-2.
Game shot on
Double
the fourth
6
leg.
is
Christopher
notched for
Chanders.
a level match. 2-2.
He's battled back well, back-to-back legs. For
Fifth leg
Christopher.
Bradley to throw first. Game on. $100. 96.
Just confirmation of what we've seen so far
41.
today. Alex Spellman, well, he's been the player of the morning thus far, winning both of his matches by 4-1. The winner of this one will join him on 4 points at the
45.
conclusion of this one. That was after Bradley got the better of Jared by 4-0, and Christopher beat James Richardson in the last leg decider.
$100.
Interestingly, just reading a little bit more
100.
information about Christopher. John Locken, who's the ADC Europe's tournament director, does some great work out there. Sent us some information regarding him, and
100.
he said that he is mostly known for his 1-2 dart combination finishes, and that's where he is most deadly.
100. Bradley Carr, 160.
But it's about the big combinations here, both on 160 after 12. Bradley with first poke. Not to be for him. And so Christopher looking to do what Bradley can't for a break, and he would turn a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead if he could.
There's been some turnaround.
45. Christopher Carr, 160.
Another one of those would leave 32.
86. Bradley Carr, 115.
There's another one of those combinations if this 115 doesn't go. But it's going to be a dart at double 18 for Bradley
Game's on the
Rose
fifth
for
leg.
a
Bradley Rose.
1-1-5 finish. To lead 3-2. To put him a
Six
leg
leg
away,
Christopher
and now
Phil first,
Christopher
game
is
on.
serving to stay in the match and to send us to a decider.
Third ton plus out of the day
59.
so far.
Well, that's bounced out the treble,
80.
but recovers well with the last start. After this, we will see
57.
Alex Spellman in action against James Richardson. We begin our third round of fixtures for the day.
118. 58.
And now for Bradley, it's all about the setup from 303. We'll begin down on the 19s. Has made a bit of a hash of it.
28.
And has opened up the opportunity again for Tonders on throw,
140.
who makes as much a use of the reprieve as possible.
$41.
And considering he was in a very good position to break the throw here, Bradley, he hasn't been able to take advantage of it. And
64.
Christopher here now in full command of this leg. Unless
100. Christopher Carr, 123.
so to send us all the way to a deciding leg, treble 18 would have left the bullseye, and so
38. Bradley Carr, 134.
Bradley for the match, 134. It would have been a rousing way to have won the match, but not going to be on this
62.
occasion. And so
Christopher
Christopher
Carr,
comes back for
85.
85. The ball
60.
would have sent us all the
Bradley
way.
Carr, 72.
And now Bradley Roos is going to get a dart at tops to win the match.
52.
To make it 2 from
Christopher Carr,
2.
25.
But the opportunity has come and it has gone. And Tonders wants double 8 to send us to a last leg. Double
Game
4
shot
will
on
do
the
the
sixth
job
leg.
quite nicely.
Christopher
We
Tonders.
go all the way to a deciding leg.
Yeah, I suppose that's about right, but there's
Seventh
still
and
that
final leg. Bradley to throw first. Game on.
big difference in averages, isn't there? 10 points difference between the two. 82 for Rose. And Tonders on 72-42.
100.
How much of that, though, is down to the fact that Christopher's missed 10 at double in this game?
Yeah, he's had 13 at a double.
180.
What a time to get your first max. Yeah, just 5 at a double with 3 hit for Bradley. Far more efficient.
60. 140.
Oh, this is an excellent leg in a decider against the darts. Max followed by Tom 40, and Bradley has got it all to do. You sense he had to fill it up.
140.
Tom 40 still makes him second favourite with throw.
105.
Christopher's found a kick towards the line. Even 76 after 9 to win the match.
$31. Christopher Carr, 76.
So for the victory, it's going to be a dart, a double top for Tondas to win.
56.
It doesn't go.
170.
And so Bradley looking for the fish to win it. Another one of them. Leaves himself the ball.
145.
Grazes the 25, and the hop and the skip says how close he was. But the double 10 is found for Tondas, who goes 2 from 2 at the beginning of his day. As for Bradley Woods, he missed a dart at the bullseye to win it in the decider on the back of a 170. A nice embrace from the pair at the end. But it is Tondas, despite those 11 missed darts at double, who gets over the line of a 77 average. As for Bradley, well, he'll be disappointed not to pick the points up there. Missed a dart for the match. Coming up after the break, it is the league leader, Alex Spellman, in action against James Richardson.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Alex Spellman and James Richardson are just behind me preparing for their third fixture of the day. Just recapping what's happened so far, we can see that Spellman has indeed won both of his matches. Richardson losing the first in a last leg decider, but then beating Neil Duff. Christopher Tone does a 4-3 victory against Bradley Roos just before the break there, making it 2 last leg decider wins for him. And that means that the Group A table in its early stages looks like this. Spellman and Tone does top of it with 2 wins from 2. Bradley Roos and James Richardson both winning 1 game. Neil Duff and Jared Cole yet to get off the mark, so we'll be hoping to spring into action very soon. Of course, this is a 3-day group, so there is time to turn things around, but if the players at the top start pulling away, then that becomes very, very difficult. And one of them, Alex Spellman, is back in action now, looking to make it a hat-trick when he takes on James Richardson.
Thank you very much, Chris. So Alex Spellman up against James Richardson, our 7th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, both of these players were in week 10 of Series 3. Both players made it through to Saturday night. But in an interesting quirk, they never actually played each other that week. Alex Spellman played in Group A and Group B of that week. James Richardson playing in Group C. Both players qualified for the Saturday night, but both are in different groups and both are eliminated in the group stages.
Game on.
Of that particular week back in April of this year.
Yes, remarkable that their paths didn't cross. They made
45.
Spellman the 4-9 favourite, Richardson 13-8. Both with their best performances of the day in their
100.
second cycle of games. 96-24 for James. Alex with a near identical average, 96-33, both winning
96.
1.
Just as a little game, do you want to have a wild guess who won the week 10 of Series 3?
96.
Luke, maybe?
Yeah. To be honest, you could probably guess half the weeks, it'd probably be Luke. 2-time champion.
100.
And in the last 2 series, he actually won week 8 of Series 4. Incredible average in that final against Andy Barton's 117. It's actually the highest final average we have here at
115.
the Super Series. And Conan Whitehead won week 8 of Series 1. He went on to win the series. Jacob Taylor, the finalist in Series 3, the overall runner-up. Well, he qualified through week 8. So this has a strong association.
85.
And it shouldn't do because it shouldn't. But it's a bit like in the Champions League where Group F has provided more winners than any other group. It's just one of those weird knacks that tend to happen. Richardson here leaving tops after 12 to take out the first leg against the Spellman Darts.
60. James Ricard, 40.
Tops for Richardson
Shot
to
on the
lead
first
1-0
leg. James Richardson.
with a breaker throw.
13 darter. Very, very tidy.
Second leg, James to throw first. Game on.
Continued level of improvement on display
60.
already here in leg 1.
$99.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us at the Super Series. We are at
140.
MSS Darts on our Facebook, Twitter and Instagram sites. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and TikTok.
60.
Do you know what we'll do, mate? We'll give you all the latest ticketing news. And if you want to be here on Saturday night, head over to dartshop.tv. That is the site you need to get your tickets for every single week at the Super Series. I believe it's up until right about the end of November tickets are on sale for. And whilst you're there, you can also get your tickets for the
100.
World Seniors Championship, which takes place at the iconic Circus Tavern complex in Purfleet, Essex in the middle of February.
41.
One of 4 major seniors events. Champion of Champions is returning next year at the Vivo in Blackpool. That was a really successful event last year. And Gates
95.
at the Worlds is looking to complete the set of titles. Having won 3 of the 4, the only one he didn't win was the World Championship, and that was Robert Thornton's domain. Richardson's domain is very much with the maximums, and he finds one there to leave himself on double 10. If Spellman cannot find the 147, of which he can't.
77.
So this for
James
2-0.
20. $15.
And that
Alex
has
Wilcar,
presented
70.
Spellman with the opportunity to break back. Excellent dart. 2 at tops.
Game shot of the
Steady,
second leg.
reliable,
Alex Spellman.
efficient. Spellman levels 1-1.
Third leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
Ruthless with 81 on the collar of his shirt. Now, that being an Ipswich Town fan, now 1981 was the year they finished second in what was the old First Division, qualified for the
41.
UEFA Cup under the management of Sir Bobby Robson, and then the next year won the UEFA Cup. Bobby Robson would then go on that summer to manage the England football team up until the end of the 1990 World
125.
Cup. There it is, emblazoned on his shirt.
Good knowledge.
Spent a week with Kevin Painter. I suppose I should know that.
125.
1990 World Cup, famous for the John Barnes rap of all things.
Ooh, I remember that.
115. Sorry. 67.
And to be fair, darts is quite similar in the fact that you've got to hold and give, but do it at the right time. You could be slow, you could be fast, but you've got to get to the line.
Probably before you were born, wasn't
60.
it? That?
10 years before I was born.
Ooh, look at this.
133.
Well, that final dart should have been at the ball. Would have left a 170 had he just hit the 25.
$100.
Although damage hasn't really been done, Spellman doesn't leave a finish, and so the break opportunity back on for Richardson.
136.
This would be for a third consecutive break of throw at the beginning of this match. Oh, what a setup.
171. James
Okay,
McCann,
leads himself on
40.
double 2, but Spellman is just keeping
Game shot on the third
Richardson
leg.
under
James
the pump, but
Richardson.
Ruthless finds a way to lead 2-1. 3 breaks of throw at the beginning of this match. Richardson
Fourth leg,
hoping for the
James to
first
throw
hold.
first. Game on. $60. $93.
In running, they now have Alex Spellman second favourites at 11-10. Richardson now 4-6
100.
on, although those odds, of course, will be fast moving as the game develops.
$60. 40. $140. 100.
Both players just ticking their way through this leg.
$100.
Ton leaves him on 108. Richardson in need of a couple of trebles here. Definitely needs one now.
91. Alex
Nice one
O'Connell,
with the last dart to
108.
leave himself on 110, but Spellman first poke at what for him is a very makeable 108. But even as good as Spellman is, he can't take 99 out in 2.
68. James
But he can
O'Connell,
leave himself on
110.
tops. And bullseye for tops Richardson there, and so
70.
Spellman
Alex
for a
O'Connell,
fourth
40.
consecutive break at the beginning of this match. Looking for Tots for
Getting shot on the
2-2.
fourth leg. Alex
Tots found
Spellman.
2 out of 3 on the finishing, the American. Level we are at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Alex to through first. Game on.
Yeah, he's battling hard, his Spellman. Feels like he's just hanging on to the coattails of Richardson.
86.
If you were to describe
41.
Alex Spellman in a word, would steady be a fair reflection?
Yeah, he's certainly a rock solid,
100.
consistent operator. He's more than capable of playing at high levels.
60.
Certainly seen that from him in that CDC series.
$58.
And we've seen some good players from America grace the Super Series stage in 2023 and obviously Canada as well. Jacob Taylor, Series 3 runner-up. I hope we get to see him again
100.
before the year is out because he was an excellent addition to this competition. Danny Lauby made Champions Week in Series 4. Leonard Gates has made it to a couple of finals. Jim Long as well played it as well in the last series. Stowe Bunt would be a
85.
great addition. JT Taylor would be another good addition.
$121.
You could probably make out a very good All-American Canadian week, actually.
For sure.
Try and get the all-expenses trip to Vegas sorted for it, shall we?
42.
Spellman leaving himself on 130.
97. Alex O'Connell,
Richardson setting up
130.
against the darts to leave 82, which is quite ironic as an Ipswich Town supporter. Can he just nudge one over the top? That first dart might be a nice guide. Just too far above, and so Richardson back for
94.
82 to lead
James
3-2
O'Connell, 82.
and to continue this breakathlon. Treble 20 or double 18, double top. He's miscounted. He's gone double 18, double 18.
78.
He can't believe it.
Alex
He thought he
O'Connell,
won the
36.
leg. His head is in his hands. And Spellman has the opportunity to win this leg and to lead 3-2.
Getting shot on the
A
fifth leg.
miscalculation
Alex
from
Spellman.
Richardson, but not a misfire from Spellman. And has that mathematical meltdown cost him the match because Spellman's
Six leg James
3-2
to
up.
first. Game
And
on.
Richardson, who could well be serving to win the match, is serving to stay in it.
140. 100. 69.
'And now Spellman is putting his foot down.
180. 95.
Richardson has made one mistake in this match and he's been made to pay for it.
65. 43. Alex Yukar, 156.
And so Spellman 156 to get the job done. Not going to be done on this occasion, and so Richardson has the opportunity to save the match on a 154, and it may end up being a Hail Mary
100.
attempt.
James Yukar, 154.
Doesn't go, and so Spellman for the win.
83. Alex Yukar, 56.
Looking for 56 to seal this 4-2 and to make it 3 from 3. And to be quite comfortable in doing so as
Game
well.
showing the match,
Spellman
Alex
gets over the
Spellman.
line by 4 legs to 2. Richardson with a misfire there, and that also pivotal 5th leg after a series of breaks to kickstart the match. Spellman wins 4-2. They both have a conversation at the end, probably about that miscount from Richardson, which has cost him so dearly. Spellman the winner by 4 legs to 2. 4 out of 5 on the finishing. Coming up after the break is Jared Cole against Christopher Tonders.
Welcome back to another day of darts here at the MODUS Super Series, where that man, Christopher Tonders, is looking to make it a hat-trick of victories, and his opponent, Jared Cole, is looking to avoid a hat-trick of defeats. Tonders, the German player, on debut has made the perfect start, but Cole without a win so far from his first couple of matches. Will that change here? Let's see. Over to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. As far as Christopher Tonders' debut day is concerned, well, he couldn't have asked for any better. Jared Cole woke up this morning. He couldn't have thought of a worse scenario than this.
Game on.
But it is Jared who has the darts in this game, and we know he has good powers of recovery. They have him on as the heavy 4-9 favourite to win this match. Christopher Tonders, the 13-8 outsider.
$45.
For Jared, the glass is a new accessory for him. And actually, last time we saw him here, he was toying with the idea as to playing with it, not playing
100.
with it. Played with it for the first 3 days of competition and then decided at the end of Group A to move to non-glasses.
100.
Qualified through to Saturday night's final, where he then lost out to Patrick van der Boogaard in that particular affair.
56.
Was sent to an eye test
100.
by his girlfriend, and that's where the story of the glasses begins.
$58.
And glasses not one for every player. We saw Phil
140.
Taylor play a tournament with glasses. Didn't quite work for him.
134. Christopher Carr, 116. $84. Jared Carr, 72.
Jared has won a development tour with the glasses on, so it has harboured success. So 16 here for double top to win the opening
32.
leg.
Christopher
Doesn't
Carr,
go, and
32.
so Tunder's back for 32.
Game shot on the first
Found
leg.
for an
Christopher
opening leg
Tonders.
break, and Jared Cole's troubles on the doubles continues to surface.
Second leg, Christopher throw first. Game on.
He is 1 out of 16 on the doubles so far today.
58. $122. $61.
When the first start sat there,
140.
140s and 180s tend to happen.
43. $59. $59.
It's a much improved second leg from Jared.
85.
Good adjustment.
100. Jared Carr,
Follow it.
95. $57.
We'll be back.
Under what way of pressure, though? Great fun with
100.
the last start,
Jared Carr, 38.
especially the way the first two were sat below the bed. Elects to split, finds the treble six, so that leaves double 10. And he has had no
28.
joy
Christopher Carr, 80.
when it's come to the finishing. And Christopher Tonders was, well, he was in a different postcode in this leg. He may well end up winning it.
60. Judge
He's had a
10.
dart to win it. Splits this, 2-4-4.
Game shot on the second leg. Jericho.
And well, I don't know whether that was a ironic celebration or just sheer frustration kicking in there.
Third leg
Either which
Jericho
way,
through
it's
first.
1-1.
Game on. $43. 60.
I don't know about you, Chris, but just looking at the body language of both players here, they both know the other isn't playing to their high ceiling, their high level, and they're both trying too hard, it feels.
134.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what can happen.
60. $134.
We saw this in the last leg where Jared took control of the scoring stakes. Still
100.
presented Tondas of an opportunity at the end of it.
$85. 98. Judge car 105.
So 6 here from 105 for Jared Cole. Number 18 was the
57.
shot there. He's himself 48.
97. Judge car 48.
For a 2-1 lead. Goes tops
Game shot on
Finds
the
tops.
third leg. Jared Cole.
to lead 2-1. And you can tell that both players are still
Fourth leg
ticking
Christopher
over.
throw first. Game on. $25.
Put it this way, you can tell a sense of angst in that room. All you'll hear is the maximum
180.
cool of Paul Hinks now.
45.
Oh my. He's on a 9 and he started down on 19 to the second visit.
133.
Well, he would have, if he'd have hit it, he'd have left 150. Maybe he'd have gone 3 balls.
134.
If he did that, I would have walked out and never returned. I would have just completed darts.
85.
However,
140. Judge car
Before you
103.
there leads Tondas on a finish, but Cole first against the darts, 103. Double top,
83.
just
Judge
below.
car 157.
Oh yes, tops. This would be an absolute pinch, an absolute steal.
117.
We
Judge
saw a
car
big one of them
20.
from Mike DeDecker yesterday. We nearly saw one from Christopher Tondas. This has not been kind to Jared Cole all
Game shot
day.
on the fourth
He
leg.
finally
Jericho.
comes up trumps on that occasion to lead 3-1, and the king of the castle throws for his first win.
Fifth leg Judge to throw first. Game on.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know how we've got to this position, but we have got to 3-1. Both players will feel
43.
like they've both had opportunities that have come and gone, but Cole's been able to take the fullest of advantages. 3 from 11 on
60.
the outer ring. 14 data in that last leg. Where is Jared Cole
99.
in his career, would you say?
Yeah, I think he's just desperate
41.
to add some consistency to his game. He's got a good enough A game, but then there's no B game for him.
135.
And ultimately, the most successful players have the strongest B game because their
60.
A games are very, very similar.
$84.
And I suppose it's just managing your match play.
100. Jadokar 140.
Not getting embroiled in a scruffy one. You've just got to sometimes accept that you're not going to be at your best, but you've got to find a way to win those matches.
Put him high.
100.
He pushed it high. To leave tops for the match. Tunders of a tough void to apply pressure. But for the king of the castle to pick up his first points, tops is required.
No score.
But not found. That's now 3 from 14 on the doubles. And Tunders wants tops himself. Finds tops to bring it back to 3-2. That was clinical from Christopher. And now he has the throw to send us all the way. And this is what's so compelling about this format is Cole's had 3 darts to win the match, and now the game could swing.
125.
The ascendancy could change. The momentum could shift.
134. $140.
And suddenly it's Tunders' turn to go on a bit of a spurt.
43. $100.
Maybe this game just sums the pair up in the fact that they've both got real good purple patches.
134. Christopher Carr 136.
But between it, can't find
96.
that consistent level required to win you those scrappy type of games. Tops after 12 for Tunders.
28. Christopher Carr 40.
6 darts to send us all the way. Splits.
32.
Didn't even toy with the idea of double 5.
$90.
Jared Cole missed 3 darts to win this game 4-1.
Game
And
shot on the
Christopher
6 leg.
Tunders sends us to a
Christopher
last leg decider. 3-3.
7th and final leg. Jared to third first. Game on.
7-legger of the day. The last one, Tunders was
48.
involved in. He got the win. Full 3.
140.
He had a strong leg in the decider, didn't he, in that one?
$134.
Jared's going to give as good as he's got as well. But Christopher stealing the darts after the first
137.
visit and continuing to make the most of that advantage. Jared needs a treble
59.
here. Doesn't find one. And a game that he had in the palm of his hand, leading 3-1, had darts to win it, may well be slipping away from him.
85.
Because Tunders is going to get at least a go at 139. And depending on what Jared can do from here, may well get 2 bites of the proverbial cherry. That's a good find considering the line of first dart. That's an excellent visit all told.
$83.
And you sense he's going to have to climb the ladder. Treble required. Not found. And so Tunders, who was 3-1 down, has got 2 darts, a double 18 to set a comeback win just inside.
47.
And so Jared's going to get his go to seal the victory, to claim his first points of the group. Double 10. Double 5. He goes straight forward
Game
and
shot of the
finds
match,
it
Jericho.
and seals the win by 4 legs to 3 against Christopher Tunders. It was a bit of a battle in the end. Cole raced into a 3-1 lead. Tunders sent us all the way to a decider, but it's Jared Cole who holds his nerve in the end to seal a 4-3 victory to reserve an 83-88 average. 12 missed darts at a double. That's becoming a real concern for him now. As for Tunders, well, 3 out of 10 on the finishing for him. Mounted a bit of a comeback charge, but it's Cole who picks the points up. Coming up next is a repeat of a final from the last series as Neil Duff takes on Bradley Roos.
This is the MODUS Super Series, and on that stage right now, 2 players who enjoyed their most famous starting day on the same day. Winners at the Lakeside, Bradley Roos, World Boys Champion in 2022. Neil Duff, World Champion in the WDF system on that very same day. But which one of them will win the showdown on the Super Series stage? Let's find out with Henry and Mace.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And what a day April the 10th, 2022 was.
First leg, Neil did through first.
And
Game
both
on.
conquered the summit as far as their careers are concerned. Duff beat Thibaut Tricol in that Lakeside final by 6 sets to 5. Tricol actually made the early running of that, raced into
60.
a 2-set-0 lead, but Duff just managed to conjure up a way. He was kind of the king of the comebacks in that particular competition. He found himself 3-0 behind to Jim McEwen, and I don't think anybody gave him much of a hope and a prayer, because at that point, Liqueur was kind of playing the darts that would have been befitting of him winning that particular World Championship. But Duff mounted one of Lakeside's great comebacks to win that by 4-3. As far as this game's concerned, they have Neil Duff off as the 4-9 favourite. Bradley, 13-8, the outsider.
140.
These two met in the final in Series 4. It was week 3 of Series 4. Neil Duff won that final by 4-1. Quite a cagey and tentative affair. Duff winning with an 84 average and 4 out of 13 on the doubles.
56.
Duff actually beat the Series 1 champion Conan Whitehead in the semi-finals that night.
140.
This is a big game for Neil Duff.
96. Neil the car 161.
Needs to get points on the board. As we say many times, you can't win Group A on day one, but you can certainly take yourself out of contention.
Bradley looking at set up.
96. Neil the car 64.
Duff looking at the 16s corridor here. Treble leaves 88.
Getting shot on the first
which
leg.
is found with aplomb, a 17 darter for Neil Duff to get up and running. He leads Bradley Roos by a leg to nil.
First. Game on. $60.
Remember, you can get in touch with us at MSS Darts on our social media channels. We will talk all things darts. Busy week in the world of darts. World Grand Prix getting underway on Sunday night at the Morningside Arena in Leicester.
82.
Who would be your early pick for that competition, the Grand Prix?
100.
Well, the way MVG played in the World Series finals, he's certainly on the short list.
100.
As would Dave Chisnall on the back of this weekend's or last weekend's performance in Hungary. Luke Humphries has got to be in the mix.
60.
Gerwin Price, of course, on that short list. It's as wide open as ever, has to be said.
99.
Anybody inside that top 10? Rob Cross, of course, could pop up as he does many times. And
140. 160.
It's always a fascinating tournament with that double star element, and especially the opening round, best of 3 sets, isn't it? Short call starts, a real sprint.
60. Neil the car 80.
You're going to see an upset. You tend to see them in round 1.
Duff looking for a double to see the leg off. And his tops that he wants, his tops he gets. He leads 2-0. And of course, what's so unique about the World Grand Prix is the fact that only the top 8 players are seeds. So
game on.
The seeds will be Michael Smith, Michael Van Gogh, Peter Wright, Gerwin Price, Nathan Aspinall, Luke Humphries, Johnny Clayton, Rob Cross, which leads Danny Noppert, Dirk van Duivenbode, Joe Cullen, Dave Chisnall, Damon Hett, Dimitri Vandenberg, Ryan Searle, James Wade, all unseeded.
Yeah, Aspinall, another one, will be on that short list as well of mine. Yeah, and it's the current best 32
28.
in the world, isn't it? It's the top 16 in the world rankings, and then the next 16 in the Players'
85.
Championship Order of Merit.
Yeah, Luke Woodhouse just sneaking in yesterday, just pipping Jan van Veen to the post. But to be in the first year of your tour card and to be pushing on the door
60.
of the the Grand Prix and those types of tournaments says a lot about the year that he's had.
Yeah, the big one will be next year, of course, getting in that World Match Play.
60.
And of course, we're not too far away from the European Championships over in
41.
Dortmund, and then Players' Championship finals down in Minehead, and then of course the big one in December, the World Championships.
100.
The meme machine will be getting its miles in between now and the end of the year.
Certainly will.
58.
It'll be a busy end of the year for our
100.
team here at the Super Series. Having a broadcast sense, and also for our referees, the likes of Charlie Courtefine and Owen
100.
Binks.
Neil the car 112.
Duff 112 for a 3-0 lead. He's really dictated proceedings in this one.
77.
But a little bit of a lapse there with the last dart means that he's going to have to spurn a dart upon his next visit.
100. Neil the car 35.
And so double 8.
Getting shot on the
3-0
third
Duff.
leg. Nailed off.
And he really has been in full control of proceedings. The shake of the head there from Bradley just tells you how he
Ball
feels
Bradley to
about
third
things
first. Game on.
and about his level of performance in this game.
58.
We saw last time on Bradley Roos. It was a slow start in Group A, but improved as the week went along.
80.
And that was why he qualified for Saturday night. Qualified through Group C.
$41. $60. $140.
Richardson against Cole following this one. To kick off round 4 of our day.
55. $56.
Should be starting on the 19s. Could have gone up after dart 1 if he didn't
98.
like the light. Keeping the pressure firmly applied on Bradley.
134.
But a good visit there. He's on 72 to get his first leg on the board.
58. Bradley Lucar
Neil,
72.
not much Neil Duff could have done by way of pressure. This is only a hold if this goes. But in this predicament, you just want to get your first chalk on the board.
32.
And he can't find
Neil
it there.
Lucar 150.
Can Duff win it with a bit of a stunner? 150. Doesn't go. And so moves back
60.
for tops for
Bradley Lucar
3-1.
40.
And this time under more sustained pressure. Can he just nudge it across?
30.
Too far
Neil Lucar
across.
90.
And Duff, worst case scenario, should get a dart at the ball here to win. It is going to be the ball.
65.
Oh, thickness of a
Lucar
wire
10.
away. Straight for it. Yep.
Getting shot
And
on
he
the
finds
fourth
it
leg.
bang in the
Bradley
middle of the
Roos.
target. Is that just a consolation leg for Bradley?
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Because Duff has the darts to complete the job.
$100. $61. $100.
Sure, there'll be plenty of you tuning in whilst on your lunch break.
100.
If you are, do tweet us in at MSS Darts. Don't tweet us with what you've got for lunch because it'll make us a bit peckish.
100.
What has Chef Mason got planned tonight?
Not even thought about it yet, pal. I unfortunately
140.
left my suit bag with all my clothes in at the pub, so I'm out shopping first and foremost.
130.
Gumwolf?
Yeah, it's going to be, yeah, unfortunately.
Well, Duff is shopping
40.
for points, and he may
Yellow
well
card,
check out
71.
71 to see him over the line here. And so it is tops.
51.
Just drags
Yellow
below
card, 160.
the whale of a hand in the air. And Duff knowing that was an opportunity that's passed him by, and he knows Bradley's capable of these types of finishes, but not on this occasion. And so Duff back for
41.
double
Yellow
10
card, 20.
to still a 4-1 win.
Game shot
Puts
in
him
the
on
match,
the
Neil Duff.
board. Neil Duff is up and running here at the Super Series. He gets the better of Bradley Roos by 4 legs to 1. As far as Bradley's concerned, that's now 2 defeats on the spin. Neil Duff with an 83.6 average, 4 out of 7 when it came to the finishing. A 4-1 victory for him. That concludes the third round of action. Coming up after the break, it is Richardson up against Cole.
Hi again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have played 9 of today's 15 fixtures, so half a dozen darting duels left to go. And as you can see, Neil Duff has just got off the mark of 4-1 success against Bradley Roos in that previous match, meaning that everybody now has a win to their name. That after Jared Cole before that beat Christopher Tonder's 4-3. All of Tonder's matches going to last leg deciders so far on his debut. That all amounts to the league table looking like this after 3 fixtures for each player. Cole and Duff just getting off the mark and joining Roos and Richardson on 2 points. Toners with 4 and Alex Spellman with the perfect start. 3 wins from 3 matches, 6 points, looking to complete the card here on Monday. But up next, it is a meeting between James Richardson and Jared Cole, and guiding you through the action, it's Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And so to the 4th round we head. Richardson up against Cole. Our first match of this particular round, and as far as each other's days are concerned, both with 1 win to their name, as we saw in that league table. Richardson with a very impressive performance to get his win against Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1, averaging 96.24 and 4 out of 6 on the doubles there. In fact, in terms of the overall numbers over 3 games, he's been as good as anybody so far.
First leg,
Lost out of an
James to
86
first.
average against Christopher Tunders.
Game on.
And in the other game, he lost to Alex Spellman. It was a 91.14 that he lost with. So in terms of the levels, we know that he's in a very good place. He takes
66.
on Jared Cole, who, well, he's been plagued with missed doubles throughout the course of the day.
78.
Missed 12 in his first game against Bradley Roos, and then missed another 12 against Christopher Tunders,
58.
and that was despite winning by 4 legs to 3. The odds
96.
compilers for this one have James Richardson on as the 4-7 favourite, and they have Jared outsider at 5-4.
140.
Yeah, I suppose it's
44.
from what we've seen so far today. James'
100.
level of play has been superior. And those odds, of course, before the off, 4-7.
95.
5
James
to
to
4.
137. $59.
So Richardson taking control of this first leg. First to finish on 78.
44.
Cole cannot
James
find
McCann,
something by way
78.
of response. He's himself on a finish, but 144. And so double 12 for Richardson to take the opening leg. That one's on the wire. He could have
James
used that as
from
the
the first
perfect
leg.
guide,
James
and that's
Richardson.
exactly what he does. He leads Jared Cole here by 1-0.
Second leg, Jared to through
As
first.
you can see
Game on.
there, Richardson with a bit of chalk on his hand, and he chalks that right hand up. It helps him with his grip.
127. $60.
This is one of the more rougher points in the sport, does James. And I know as the year draws towards an end, we're going to be
100.
talking a lot more about people's points.
Yes.
60.
Beginning of next year, there's going to be a DRA rule regulation change in terms of the sharpness of someone's point.
80.
Due to the consistency of it, and that's to help with the board.
85.
Yeah, well, they did have issues with the previous board sponsor in the PDC,
90.
where the boards didn't really
140.
grip
Jared
the
to
point,
104.
so more and more players were using more and more aggressive points, where this board doesn't have that issue. But of course, with this new, well, the new
56.
trend of
James
aggressive
Carr,
points, it
156.
basically pulls the fibre out of the board and makes it look, well, as you can see there, not
60.
particularly
Jolly
pretty.
Car 48.
So the aggressive points are to be banned.
Getting shot on the second leg, Jared Cole.
One apiece. So a lot of players will have to be making those adjustments.
leg
Of course,
James to
we
throw
fall under the
first. Game
auspices
on.
of the Darts Regulation Authority, so we have to follow suit here at the Super Series with any rule changes.
57.
Don't worry, our players marshal will not stand for anything
58.
less.
$100.
So 1-1 in this one. Both players cancelling each other out.
120.
Oh, that's unlucky. Should have roughened the points up, Jared.
100. 171.
1-7-1 to leave 1-5-2, and the Richardson throw is under all sorts of pressure now.
60. Jared Car
6 darts from here for
152.
Jared Cole. Well, we have said that one thing Jared can do
96.
so well is provide the powers of recovery, and after a slow start to the day, if he can get a victory here against James Richardson, he'll put himself back
81.
in amongst
Jared
the
Car
mix on 4
56.
points. But he knows that the doubling's going to have to be better than what it has been at points today.
26.
And that's
Jared
another
Car
couple of misses.
103.
And Richardson comes back for 103 to lead 2-1. And it's going to be double 12 for another
91.
ton topper for
Jared
Richardson.
Car
He
30.
took out a 116 in that 4-3 defeat to Christopher Tunders. Couldn't find another one there. And Cole is scratching around the surface of double 15. Inside
18.
means that Richardson
James
is going to
Car
get another
12.
poke. This time a double 6. 3 o'clock double on the board. And now double
9.
3.
Jared Car 12.
And Cole's been presented with another opportunity. Can't spurn this one. A nice guy. Has to move across, but the first dart, you can clatter that off the barrel.
No
But
score.
moves the other
James
way
Car
across.
3.
And I can hear it down every single local. You can't go any further than this. All been here, haven't we?
Multiple times.
1. Jared Car 12. Getting shot on the third leg.
And
Jared
Cole
Cole.
finds the double 6 to break. Leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on. $60. $40.
As far as Jared's concerned, it's
140.
almost a throw to die for, isn't it, in terms of the mechanics of it?
Yes, there's
100.
nothing wrong with the fundamentals of the throw.
54.
It's maybe the one criticism. The fact that maybe sometimes you just see a little bit too much of a pool at times.
100. $99. $100. Jared Car 148.
So Cole 148 for a 3-1 lead. Another one of them. Would Would have left himself a
95.
dart at
James
double
Ducal,
14.
161.
Richardson.
$41. Jared Ducal,
Richardson's
53.
just gone off the boil, hasn't he?
$35. James Ducal, 120.
After a couple of solid performances, he's averaging mid-70s alongside Jared Cole.
100.
Doesn't need
Jared
to find
Ducal, 18.
a massive jump in levels to possibly win this match as it stands. Ooh, 3-3.
James
So
Ducal,
a
20.
new one on me.
Don't think it matters what double it is at the minute for Jared. But he's going to get another go.
No score.
He's going to
Jared
get
Ducal,
another
6.
chance. And now it's back down at double 3.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jared
Decided
Cole.
to split the 2-2-2. Gets the job done. Leading 3-1. Had 25 darts
leg,
and a
James
double
returns
between them
first.
in this
Game on.
one. With only 4 doubles being hit.
100.
As a player, a performance like this leaves you mystified. Sometimes
99.
misty-eyed.
$60.
Well, it's usually at this point where we have to double check whether the doubles are actually on the board.
$125. $65.
Well, Cole here has taken the darts in the 5th leg. A
190.
good recovery following that first dart.
$100. Jared Ducal, 158.
So 158 for the match. He's got 6 from here. And as we've been mentioning, one thing Jared can do well is recover from a difficult start.
58.
And having lost his first 2 games, he was in a bit of trouble. And he knows there's still levels to go. But if he can pull off a victory here, it'll put him in third position, put him onto 4 points,
Jared
and
Ducal, 100.
put him handily placed. I mean, the lie of the first dart was perfect
60.
for
James
Trouble to
Ducal,
follow. Couldn't quite find
132.
it.
Oh, another one of those.
100.
Finds a turn to
Jared
leave
Ducal,
32,
40.
maybe too little too late. Jared Cole, double 10.
Game
Gets it.
shot on the match. Jared
Wraps
Cole.
up the win 4-1. Jared Cole picks up his second win of the day. Richardson remains with 2 points after just 1 win so far. Strange performance from Richardson, 73-59, 73-78 for Jared Cole, but he takes the spoils, and as you can see, 28 missed darts at a double. So when we come back, it will be Bradley up against Alex Spellman.
Well, week 8 is starting to take shape here at the MODUS Super Series on Monday, and the man of the moment so far is Alex Spellman. He's won all 3 of his matches on return, and the American just finishing his practice starts here ahead of this clash with Bradley Roos, who's looking to carry on a perfect start to play. Roos has got 1 win from his first 3 matches and needs to close the gap to stop Spellman getting away. And talking you through all the action, it's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, a real opportunity here for Alex to put even more distance between himself and the field.
First leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Of course, Henry, a win here, 4-2 or better for Alex, completes the 7-1 bet builder. Good start to the week.
59.
Well done, everybody at home.
Well, it's not done yet. Although you think he wins 4-2 or better, don't you?
Yeah, I think Alex just has that little bit too much.
100.
I agree.
In fairness, I think that's the case of Alex against most players this week. I just think that
96.
even when he gets pushed, I think he's just going to find another level. In Spellman, I rate him. I think he is the real deal. We will see him at the Alexandra Palace this year at the World Championships.
139.
And to come through that CDC system to qualify for it, you've got to play some good darts. Think about those who haven't qualified. Gates, Cameron,
60.
Lauby.
Strong field of players that from that part of the world that are not going to be there. Gates was the big surprise for me.
$180.
Incidentally, Gates is in one of those provisional spots at Lakeside to come in as a reserve player. Tell you what, you wouldn't go against his chances there, would you?
58. Alex Hooker,
Was he-
82.
So will he benefit from Luke Littler not playing in Lakeside?
He would take Littler's spot, literally.
Ooh, wow.
So tops of Spellman for a breaker throw and a 1-0
62.
lead. He has got the luxury of time.
$140. Alex Hooker, 20.
Applies pressure.
$10.
And just
Bradley
the
Hooker,
first
88.
little sign of frustration there for Alex Spellman. He's pretty much had it all his own way thus far today. But Rose here is going to get a dart.
74.
7-7, which just goes
Alex
a begging.
Hooker, 10.
And so Spellman back for 5s. We're not
Game shot on
pass
the
up
first
the
leg.
invitation
Alex
second
Spellman.
time. Gets the break to lead 1-0. It was done in 16 darts, but
Second leg, Alex
quite
to
feel
throw
easy
first.
going.
Game on.
Bradley just wiping his darts down with his towel there. Helping with his grip, maybe just being a little
96.
bit of moisture on there. As far as conditions go in the arena today, it's pretty much perfect.
180.
Go on, Bradley, can you ruse us with a
100.
9? Oh, just stop
100.
talking. Good quality contest, though. Both players averaging 95.
126.
Bradley bringing his level up quite significantly from what we've seen earlier on today, although there was signs in that second match. She lost to Christopher Tunders, averaged just under 84.
60.
But it's in excess of what we've seen from any performance thus far.
$139. Bradley O'Carr, 161.
Treble 17 would have given him a dart of the ball on the back of the 161,
97.
and so
Alex
Spellman
O'Carr,
back
40.
for tops for 2-0. Doing so after 12. But he was not having fun at this target in the last
Game
leg.
shot on the second
Finds
leg.
it
Alex
first time
Spellman.
this, 2-0.
Yes, 16 darter, followed by a 14.
Third
so
leg,
an
Bradley
average
to
of
throw first. Game on.
100.20. That's with missing 5 darts at a double. Very strong performance
58.
so far from Spellman.
$140. $81.
We'll have to find out more about Alex and all the hieroglyphics and bits like that on his shirt. Feels very History Channel.
60.
Named the Jackal. Yeah, be hoping to be
59.
walking like an Egyptian.
$100. $43.
Good play on the
130.
ball there. Leaves himself on 71 after 12. Roos can only try and set up by way of reply.
70. Alex O'Carr, 71.
He's unable to do so, and so Spellman has 6 starts here for the double break. So tops for 3-0.
Game shot on the
Pin
third
with a
leg.
plonk.
Alex Spellman.
45 darts for the first 3 legs.
Very,
Fourth
very
leg,
good
Alex to
from
throw
Spellman.
first. Game on.
But all the ability that we know that Bradley has is the one thing that he just
88.
needs to learn to develop is maybe not to sack the shoulders down so much in these types of scenarios.
60.
Yes, he's another typical young player that gets a little bit too emotionally invested in a match. He's got to become more stoic. I can assure
140.
you, every little bit of negativity, the experienced Spellman will pick up. And he will feed off that.
58.
The 2 stars on the back of Bradley's shirt represents the 2 Youth World titles he won, because on top of the
96.
Lakeside Crown, he won the JDC World Youth Championship as well back in 2021. Doing so with darts like that,
180.
and that's more like it.
$60.
Piling a couple of troubles here, Bradley. You can put this 117 under severe pressure. does exactly that.
140, Alex
So
Ricard,
this one's 17 for the match. Isn't a foregone conclusion. 97 left, so treble 19 would have given him a dart at tops for the match, and so
57,
Rue's back
Bradley
for
Ricard,
63 to put a chalk on the board. Two 12s.
Game shot on the
Found.
fourth leg, Bradley
And
Roos.
that's another 15 dart leg. The breaker throw. And it's back to 3-1.
Fifth leg, Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Alex just nods in the background. He knows he's going to get another opportunity on throw to win this match. In the worst case scenario.
121.
Who's with the darts in this one, but Spellman will get another crack on throw in the next if it goes that
100.
far.
100. 100.
And I suppose those who have been following the bet builder will be watching on quite tentatively. Remember, 4-2 or better scoreline in Alex Spellman's favour would mean
58.
that the accumulator, which we showed at the top of the programme, which what you at home have been betting on, would have come in. We'll have some happy punters out there. Remember, 18 plus begambleaware.org.
26. 58.
'Well, how do you respond to a score of 26?
180. Bradley Ricard,
With a max.
164. $60. Alex
wrap
Ricard,
up.
95.
Very, very solid display. Not only scoring, but finishing. Double 19.
57.
Almost makes the
Bradley
adjustment.
Ricard, 104.
Spellman spurnt some chances to win it. Can Ruse save it with a 104? Double 16.
72. Alex
Doesn't
Ricard,
go.
38.
And so Spellman back for the match. No messing about. Straight for the double. Can he just nudge that over the top?
Game shot on the
Yes,
match,
is the
Alex
emphatic
Spellman.
answer. And once again, Alex Spellman is an emphatic winner. He has won all 4 of his matches so far and has accumulated a leg difference already of plus 11. He is in good nick and he is beginning to dominate this Group A. And even a thumbs up for the balcony as he gets the better of Bradley Ruse by 4 legs to 1 of a 95.26 average. 2 maximums, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. And the bet builder comes in as well, coming up after the break. Christopher Tonders against Neil Duff.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, do come along and join us on a Saturday here at the Super Series. And that's what the players in this group are trying to do, get on that stage on a Saturday night and follow in the footsteps of Andreas Harrison, who, of course, picked up the weekly title this weekend just gone. Neil Duff's been there before. He's tasted victory on the Super Series stage, and he's looking to do the same again here. He faces Christopher Tunders, the German, who has won a couple of his games already. Duff off to a slower start, but looking to join Tunders on 4 points in the table. Let's get the action underway in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Well, I thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, Saturday nights at the Super Series definitely is quite the occasion. So if you haven't made it on your bucket list, the trip to the live lounge in Portsmouth, make sure you do. Neil Duff's tasted success here before, as Murph rightly says, as has the man sat next to me once upon a time. Is it amazing to think that it's nearly a year ago
39.
since you won that week?
It's about the last time I played, I think. Well, it certainly feels like that. Yeah, time flies. Certainly doesn't feel that long ago, does it?
60.
All the weeks roll into
57.
one now, don't they?
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
So, Tunders against Duff, as far as the bookies are concerned, they have the German as the 5-4 outside,
95.
and Neil Duff is 4-7 on.
$65.
You take that first game out the equation. We've seen some good darts on Duff today. A 96 average in that defeat to James Richardson. An 83.5 average against Bradley last time for a 7 on the finishing.
49.
The only real blot was
44.
against Spellman, where he was below 80. His 8 darts at double. But since that opening game ring rust, he's been, well, absolutely fine.
140.
And when you won that week, you, on the opening game, didn't quite have the best strike rate, but you made up for it, didn't you, as the day went along?
Yeah, it was very edgy. Felt quite nervous. Took a couple of
100. Neil
days
the car,
to
157.
just get a bit settled and get used to getting up that early, and being on the practice board at 7:30 a.m. in the morning was a little alien.
99.
Fancy another go at it?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have another go.
100. Neil
I've
the
got no
car,
excuse
58.
now because, well, I'm staring at a board every morning. I get up and go to work. So yeah, I'm giving the seniors a real big
28.
push next year.
Christopher Carr, 96.
I'm gonna start putting in a good few shifts on the practice board.
74. Neil the car, 30.
I just want to win one of them, and that'll be my lot.
Walkout lineal champion.
Yeah. High
15.
and by.
Christopher Carr, 22.
Might run into Duzzer down here. He's said he's going to give this a go in a playing capacity.
Yeah, he played very well, didn't he? In
16.
the recent match
Neil the
play
car,
event.
15.
Very good to see him up there and enjoying his darts.
No
Oops.
score.
Won't be
Christopher
enjoying that
Carr,
one.
6.
Here we go, double
Getting shot
free.
on the first
Tunders
leg.
finds
Christopher
it, leads
Tunders.
1-0. Bit of a comical start, but the Germans on the board.
Second leg nailed it through first. Game
Definitely
on.
Ratchets up the idea commentators group, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. John Part, Webby,
83.
Nico, Dozer, me.
The most prolific winner in the commentary box, Matt Edgar.
24.
Whatever.
Iceland Masters champion.
60.
Scott obviously had that win on the Euro Tour, didn't he, the weekend?
Yeah, he's
60.
still too relevant. He's not allowed to play. Still too good.
Take that as a compliment, Scott. And I know he's watching, so I know I'm going to get a text message in the next couple of minutes.
I'm not having him in there. Not having it at all.
140.
You'll have to wait until he's not very good. Like the rest of us.
41.
So is that all Edgar out as well?
No. Stick him in my group A.
98.
And before you ask, no, I am not playing in that week.
81.
Just all
Neil
to do is help the legs
120.
Duff looking to climb the ladder. Looking to find tops.
Getting shot on the
Notching
second
tops,
leg. Neil
1-1. A little bit of quality in amongst a period of mediocrity.
Third leg, Christopher throw first. Game on.
This is the final match of the fourth cycle of games.
180.
Lovely.
Peachy.
$85. $96.
Yeah, coming up after this, final round for the day. Roos against Richardson. Duff against Cole. Spellman
87.
Tunders. Duff and Cole have a bit of history when it comes to the Super Series. More about that in game 14.
42. $137. $59.
So Duff not leaving a finish there. So Tunders 124. 2-1 lead.
45. Christopher Carr 124. $41. Neil Carr 147.
So Neil Duff looking for the whirlwind finish. That was a little bit more like me playing pool.
40. Christopher Carr 83.
83 for Tunders. Treble 17 is found, and so it's going to be 32 for the 2-1 lead.
Being shot in the third leg.
Perfectly
Christopher
pinned.
Saunders.
The finishing's been okay.
Yeah, 2 from 4 from Christopher.
Fourth leg nailed it through first. Game on.
That element of his game's okay. The scoring phase certainly isn't, averaging just shy of 70.
41.
And this could be one of those groups where
58.
either everyone improves tomorrow, or because the first day is cagey, they could drag each other down again tomorrow. there is a real fear that that could be the case. Alex Spellman will
60.
most certainly hope it's the latter, because then he can have a serene passage through to Saturday night.
58. $100.
But it should also be said, you've got the kind of quality in this group, the likes of Richardson, the likes of Duff, the likes of Cole, that we know that any moment can just flick a switch.
140.
Enigmatic, flairish, streakish players.
60. $95. $140. Christopher Carr, 150.
Oh, that's excellent. Double 18.
132. Neil the
Would have
Carr,
been for a
100.
blockbuster 150 finish, and so Duff back for the solid ton to level up at 2-2. It's tops. He's already had a ton top on the 120. He now wants ton on the nose.
Game shot on the
Finds it on
fourth
double
leg.
10.
Neil Duff.
Level we are at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
In running, Christopher Tunders 11-10. Neil Duff 4-6.
60. $60.
We did have a 9 narrowly missed. Was it last week?
59.
Yeah, cool Deckham on the double 18.
He was a big lad, wasn't he? My goodness.
Put it this way, I shook his hand on Monday, and
140.
yeah, there was a bit of a size gap between me and him. You could probably have bench pressed
96.
me.
Well, that wouldn't be hard, would it? I think I'd possibly dumbbell press your body weight in each
30.
hand.
Don't know, I've put a bit on recently.
Yeah.
36.
You must be all of 7 stone wet.
Put it this way, if he won on Saturday night, that would have been interesting. The
Yeah, the
140.
I've used a long lens.
put it this way, we would have tested our camera people's ability to the
134. Neil the
fullest.
Car, 131.
Oh, oh no. I thought it was 132 he'd left himself on.
91. Christopher Carr, 116.
Double 18.
98. Neil the Car, 40.
Well, great time to break throw here for Neil Duff.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Neil
Gets the
Duff.
break. Now has the darts to get the job done. Maybe a big
Six
jump
leg Neil to throw
into
first. Game on.
third, or joint third position with his opponent, Jared Cole.
And
45.
interestingly as well, it mean the first game of the last round between Richardson and Roos would be a battle to see who's going to finish bottom overnight.
41.
I've got Spellman up on 8 points. Christopher on 4 if he is defeated here.
60.
Neil Duff on 4, Jared on 4, and James and Bradley both on 2 points, getting just the one win.
60. 45.
Just getting a little bit edgy in this leg.
Yeah, he's blocking a few darts out into the
60.
into the 5. Scoring phase here for Neil. 9 darts without a trouble. 45, 60, 45.
60.
And the woes continue on the trebles.
And he's handing the initiative back to Tunders after obtaining the break in the previous leg.
60.
The trebles are evaporating up until that point.
140.
And it looks like Tunder's hopes, unless he can find something big here,
100.
is going to fade into the
Neil the car,
quicksand.
151.
6 darts on 151 for Neil Duff to get over the line. And he's going to do the perfect
97.
setup job. Himself on a 2-darter upon his return. Tunders can only apply pressure.
78. Neil the car, 54.
And Duff now to move himself onto 4 points, to move himself into the top 3. He's going to have 2 darts at double 18. 2 9s.
45.
Moves inside.
Christopher Carr,
And give Tunders
102.
an opportunity at 102 to send us to a deciding leg.
24. Neil the car, 9.
Double 4 for 4-2 victory, which would move him on to 4 points. Twos never lose,
shot on the match,
and they
Neil Duff.
win. Neil Duff the game. 4 legs to 2. He gets the better of Christopher Tunders to put himself onto 4 points and to put himself into the mix. It wasn't a classic match. Both players are in full acknowledgement of that. But crucially, as far as Neil Duff is concerned, he runs out a 4-2 victor. But amongst, at times, a little bit of a lack of scoring power, a couple of ton-plus checkouts there for the Duff man as he gets the better of Tunders by 4 legs to 2 to culminate the 4th round of fixtures coming up after the break. Roos takes on Richardson in the first game of round 5.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are flying through the fixtures today. Here's what's happened so far with 3 left to play. And you can see the last 3 matches actually all going against the throw. Jared Cole, Alex Spellman and Neil Duff with big wins. Duff getting over the line 4-2 against Christopher Tonders in that previous match. Spellman's win against Roos means that he's won all 4 of his matches so far, and going into his final game, he is going to be looking to complete a perfect day here at the Super Series. The players behind me just completing their practice starts, and the league table looks like this. Alex Spellman, as I mentioned, top of it after a perfect day so far. He placed Christopher Tonders in the final match. 8 points for Spellman, 4 for Tonders, and if Christopher doesn't win that, Spellman could be pulling away at the top of the table and galloping towards finals night place very, very quickly indeed. But coming next, it's a meeting between 2 of those players in the chasing pack, Bradley Roos of the Netherlands and James Richardson of Rushton. And guiding you through the action, it's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. Yep, we enter the final cycle of games with Bradley against James. And as Henry mentioned in the last match, winner of this comes off the foot of the table.
First leg,
These
Bradley
final
to throw
3
first.
matches, of course, will be the
Game on.
opening 3 matches tomorrow, so they very much feel like potential 4-pointers.
Now, those are the darts in this one, and looking to kick off perfectly.
140.
Into 140 of his first visit. As far as the odds compilers lay their odds, James Richardson in at 4-9. Rose the 13-8 outside, and that's a perfect start from Ruthless. And it is at this point where we say he's hit a 9 darter against his son in this competition.
He'll be joining the field on Thursday. Ooh.
100.
Been a very up and down day for James. Put in some good performances, but only
60.
achieved the 1 win so far.
So Bradley first to a finish.
30.
161 is what he's looking for.
161.
And he's going to get 6 from here to take the opening leg. Now for treble 17. Didn't have to attack the finish if he didn't want to. Leaves double 12 after 12. Well, it looks like James Richardson's actually
60. Bradley
left a bit
24.
of the chalk on the face.
Getting shot on the first leg. Bradley Roos.
Well, Bradley Roos has got the first chalk on the board.
Second leg, James to throw first.
Very
Game on.
nice. 13 dart leg.
Well, it's either that or he's enjoyed one of those candy
58.
stick things.
What, the like a dab thing, wasn't it?
Dip
60.
and dab.
Dip and
Oh,
dab.
yes. We used to have we used to have them at the
60.
school packed lunch. Used to have a little sweet stand. We only had 1 sweet.
54.
50p a go.
$140.
Just about
60.
old enough to remember Woolworths Pick and Mix. Now that was the one.
100.
Go to the cinema now for a bit of pick and mix. You have to remortgage the house.
140. James account
Let's go all the way down to the bank. 143 for Richardson. Sets himself up.
127.
The double 8. That was a 127, but it wasn't for the game.
140.
But it was a brilliant
James account
setup.
16.
2 fours. Can he just clatter that in off the barrel?
Game
Yes, he
shot on
can.
the second leg.
1-1.
James Richardson.
I've actually had a tweet from Richie Howson, who's going to be playing here on
Third leg
Thursday
Bradley to
and
throw
Friday in
first.
Group B.
Game on.
He's watching from work. He should be practicing, he says. Mind you, when he says should be practicing, is that for the
81.
snooker or the darts?
Yeah, he's having another go at the snooker 900, isn't it?
Very handy on the
81.
bays, I've been told.
Yeah, it must be. Good fisherman. Good dart player. Great painter.
55.
Great with the hand-eye coordination.
Yes, annoyingly so.
78.
I think I'll have to get him at the pub and maybe, I'm not sure what I'm best doing, darts or pool. I think I might get pumped in both.
I think you're best off just sitting in the corner and
121.
playing the jukebox. Best off just leaving it
140.
for a curry night.
Yeah, good idea.
Your choice this time.
Richie and his wife Lynn sent us a lovely card.
97.
For the pub. Well, if he comes up there and beats me on my own pool table and my own
24.
dartboard,
Bradley to
it
car 147.
might be getting banned. Slip him on pub watch.
You're going to do a full Peggy Mitchell, though.
100.
Imagine going to the meeting and saying, well why is he banned? Was he drunk? No, doesn't drink.
Get out of my pub.
58. Bradley to car
The
47.
2-1 lead. Double 16. Double 8. Now, is that first dart? No poor
39.
hindrance.
Change the car 120.
Bit of a wild one in the end.
Can he just nudge that below? Yes is the answer. Tots for the 120.
James shot on the third leg.
Superbly
James
done by
Richardson.
James Richardson to break Bradley's throw, to lead by 2 legs to 1, and to
Fourth
put
leg
him
James to throw
halfway
first. Game on.
towards the victory post. It's another significant ton-plus outshot for James Richardson.
96. $140. $140.
We were talking earlier about the Paul Hinks 180 call. Now, if you head over to our YouTube channel,
60.
he actually explains all. If you like Alice Cooper, then that's the type of interview
95.
for you. There he is. At this point, Bradley, you give us a 180.
95. Change the car 170.
6 darts from here for Richardson.
60. $100. Change the car 110.
So 110 for a 3-1 lead.
Went ball tops.
70. Bradley car
Actually
106.
leaves the tops, but 106 for Bradley. Shots on. Tops.
86. Change the car 40.
The look of frustration on the face of Bradley Roos.
Yeah, he knows he shouldn't return for double 10,
20.
but he does.
Bradley car 20.
Disaster for James.
It's another chance, but he's got to take advantage of it. And in fairness to Bradley, he has
Getting
done
shot on the fourth
when it's
leg.
presented
Bradley
itself
Roos.
today, and he does so again on this occasion. Desmond, 2-2.
Fifth leg Bradley to throw first. Game on.
And of course, wherever you're tuning in from, do send in your comments. We are an open forum.
100.
at MSS Darts.
86. $140. $100. $100. $60. Bradley Car 161. $47.
We actually had one question which we'll talk about in the next leg. Rue's looking for
58.
114 here for
114.
3-2 lead, and he's got 6 darts from here to put himself a leg away.
Getting shot on the 5th leg. Bradley
Takes it out with aplomb. 15 darter, 114 out to lead 3-2 and to put himself a leg away.
6 leg James to throw first. Game on.
You know, they had the 120 from James.
100.
Now, we've had a question come in here from Sean Bennett. Thank you very much for your question, Sean. Very good afternoon to you. It says, judging with him being
100.
so young, can you see Luke Littler doing better than MVG or the Power for titles won in his career?
180.
I'm not in overall titles. No. The
120.
The level of play now is, you know, where you could frequently get away with maybe a C game performance. I think the water's too deep and it's full
100.
of sharks. I think he's won 152 titles now, MVG. Closing in
41.
on
James McCall
the
121.
hall of the governor, Mr. Taylor. And
62.
he's already been tested at this level, and that level up will be a serious examination of his talent. And
100.
so
James McCall
young.
59.
It's, I mean, if he wasn't so good, we wouldn't put that level of expectation on him. But
39.
I think
Bradley
he's going
O'Connor,
to do very, very well,
140.
and I think he will go on to have a fabulous career. But to better the hall of titles of MVG,
100.
I think
James
it's
O'Connor,
unlikely
20.
for anybody.
We'll talk more about that maybe in a last leg decider as Richardson goes for double 10.
Getting shot on
Bound
the 6th
3-3.
leg.
We
James
go to a
Richardson.
last leg decider. Remember, the winner of this will move off the foot of the table overnight. And we'll move on to 4
7th
points.
final leg. Bradley to throw
But
first.
also, is there,
Game on.
to a certain extent, the fact that he's 16, it's actually quite a harsh question to ask because we still don't know where the ceiling is yet, even though we've seen some great stuff from him.
I mean,
134.
as good as MVG is, he's only, and this sounds terrible, he's only won 3, which
100.
you would think there would be more. So if MVG's only winning 3 so far, of course his career is far from over.
55.
Yeah, that just shows you how tough a school it is. But if you compare them at similar
60.
ages, he's certainly on par, if not a little bit better than MVG was when he was that age.
100.
And of course, both have won senior TV titles at the age of 16. Van Gogh in the World Masters, Lou Littler
60.
winning this as a senior TV title, and it is a senior TV title. I've heard 1 or 2 people call my bluff on that, and I'm going to stick to my
93.
guns. It is televised. It's a senior event, and it's a televised title worth 20 grand. So, you know.
60. Bradley Car 119.
119 for the match. Treble 20. Would have left double top. Not to be on this occasion.
40. 100. Bradley Car 79.
Well, this is for the match, and this is to put him off the foot of the table. It's going to be a match start. A double top.
59.
Digs
Change your car
below.
121.
He's had a 120 in this match. He now looks to go one better.
Ooh, just the wrong side.
49.
Bradley then,
Bradley
3 in
Car
hand
20.
to take the spoils.
Game shot on
And
the
take
match.
the
Bradley
spoils, he
Roos.
does. And Bradley moves on to 4 points. James Richardson is bottom of the pile overnight. No one would have expected that at the beginning of the day. As far as Bradley Roos is concerned, it's a 4-3 victory with a 92-22 average. His best performance of the day to get the better of James Richardson 4-3. Coming up after the break, it is Duff against Cole.
Two games left to play then on Monday at the MODUS Super Series, and the penultimate fixture of the action is a meeting between Neil Duff of Northern Ireland and the King of the Castle, Jared Cole, the youngster who has won 2 of his 4 matches so far, the same as Neil Duff, and they're all now trying to emerge as the main rival to Alex Spellman, who has won all of his games and sits at the top of the table on 8 points. Which one of these players will get within 2 of the top? Let's find out with Mace and Henry.
Yes, thank you very much, Chris. So, 2 more games to go on day 1. And we kick off with this battle between Duff and Cole, these 2 renewing acquaintances here at the Super Series. They played against one another in Series 2. And these 2 had a bit of a joust at the top of Group A that week. In fact, they played the last game of Group A. And Jared Cole beat Neil Duff 4-1 to go through Group A over Duff on a head-to-head record. Every other count-back metric was dead level. Legs, obviously the points, legs difference, legs won. They had to go to the final metric to decide who won that group.
48.
So you think this will be a tight game then?
Quite possibly.
Neil's the favourite of 4-7, 5-4.
100.
For Jared, was that the same before the
Yeah,
the off?
not changed.
Not changed. Been a tough day for both, hasn't it?
If Jared gets out of this on 6, he will feel like he's got a result because...
Well, to think that James is on just 1 win.
41.
And I think really he certainly isn't the worst player we've seen today.
Yeah, the only game you can possibly lay any blame at his door was the game against Jared.
140.
He averaged 73.5. Other than that, it's been really respectable stuff for the day. And of course, he had the miscount as well, didn't he?
Yes. That proved to ultimately be costly.
Would have been to put him 3-2 to the good against Alex Spellman, and Spellman won the 2 subsequent legs to win that particular match. Richardson had the higher average in that, 91.14. Meanwhile here, Duff has got off to a good start, leaving 74 after 12 to hold in the opening leg. And he's got 6 darts from here. Tops to lead 1-0. And when he's had opportunities at that target, by and large, he's come up for him. On to the Duff man, 15 dart leg.
$70. $140. $55. $121.
Duff motoring along at quite a nice pace now, averaging 108.86 in these early exchanges. And Jared is going to have to muster something on his scoring boots himself. Finds a 140 there, but his throw is under severe pressure here.
85.
Of course, it was JDC action over the weekend as well, with titles being shared by Thomas Banks and the aforementioned Luke Littler. No surprise
58.
there.
Neil Lucar, 155.
Should have a Luke Littler klaxon. It's like that scene for the In-Betweeners.
47.
The Carly alarm.
And of course, the JDC finals was
43. Neil
a
Lucar,
final
108.
between Thomas and Luke.
Game shot on the second leg.
Interestingly,
Neil
allowed to contest in that, but not the WDF Worlds.
Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Did you see the Matt Porter interview, or did you watch that?
Yes, I have seen snippets. I haven't seen the whole interview, I will be honest, but I've seen
95.
snippets of it.
I think it was a fair assessment of the situation.
93.
Look, I understand both sides of the coin. I'm not trying to sit on the fence by making this statement, but I understand why. Look, the WDF will want the best players they want in their premier event. Of course they will, and Luke Littler is a big name draw. Of course, any tournament he ever plays in. Same with Bo Greaves and the like of Rich. But I also understand the PDC perspective of if it goes badly for those players at Lakeside, for example, say Bo Greaves and Luke Littler lose in the first round to a poor performance, then as far as billing them and advertising them for their World Championships, there is a bit of a struggle. However, the other side of the coin is Bo Greaves and Luke Littler both win the respective WDF World Championships. The story's been written.
Yeah, I agree. It's
43.
It's one
Neil
of those,
Lucar,
isn't it?
167.
I don't think there's a a right or wrong. But ultimately, the
131.
premier promoter of our sport have every right to make whichever decision they
140, near the car.
deem
36.
right for their broadcasters and sponsors and their business, of course.
Game shot on the third leg, nailed off.
In the blink of an eye, in just 5 minutes, it's 3-0.
I suppose the
Perfect
big
Jarvis
question,
with
the big
first, game
issue
on.
would be is where does the landscape go? Say, for example, Luke Little won at Lakeside, won the Lakeside WDF World Championship.
140.
And say, for example, he went on a miracle-like run and won the PDC World Championship. There is a massive commercial headache there. So I understand it from that perspective as well.
100.
I think as well a lot of it down to the fact that it's still called the World Championships, and
46.
in a sport like darts, I suppose it's, as far as the PDC is concerned, you can't have multiple world championships in the same sport, or world champions in the same sport.
You have it in your sport, boxing, where it creates such a...
Yeah, and that's probably the biggest problem in boxing is there's too many governing bodies and too many belts. And when there isn't a belt, they just make one up.
60.
Well, talking of WGF World Champions, the reigning one here, Neil Duff, is averaging over 106. He's 3 from 3 on his doubles, and he's about to round off an immaculate display against Jared
35.
Cole.
Yeah, it's 20.
Near the car, 161.
Well, nearly 25 points difference in the averages.
Well, Jared hasn't really had a look in this game, and he may have to take out the
95.
140 just to hold
Jared
throw and stay in the
140.
match. It's not going to go. And so Duff finds himself on Route 66 as he
45.
speeds
Near the
towards
car,
victory.
66.
And if he takes this out, he will end with the highest average of the day, double 18.
Game shot on
And
the
he
match,
gets
nailed
it
off.
done and does finish with the highest average of the day, 103.66 in a full nil demolition job of Jared Cole. He averaged just shy of 80, 79.89. 4 out of 5 on the doubles for Duff, 80%. There are the numbers. As you can see, Jared Cole didn't get a single dart at a double. When we come back, it's the final match of the opening session of Group A as Alex Spellman takes on Christopher Tonders.
On to the final match of Monday's play here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's all been about that man there so far, Alex Spellman, the American ace, coming over after success on the CDC circuit, qualifying for the World Championship as well in the build-up to this appearance, and he's turned up and won all 4 of his matches so far. Spellman looking for a clean sweep at the Super Series. Out to stop him, it is the German opponent, Christopher Tonders, who, if he does win this, makes the group really tight, gets 2 points behind Spellman going into tomorrow.
First leg, Alex to throw first. Game on.
So here we go then, the final game of the day, and the standout player of the day throws first in it. Alex Spellman, who has won each of his 4 games up to press, and well, he's looked
84.
a touch or 2 above the rest on day 1, it has to be said. There's been levels today, and he's been in excess of that of the others, and I think that's a fair assessment to make. You take some Christopher Tonders, who came out of the gate quite well. He won his opening 2 matches, but
96.
Lost his last 2. And this is a big game in terms of the league table. Tonders can move in 2, Spellman could pull clear. And you get the sense, though, if he can open up a 4-point lead overnight, Alex Spellman, already on day 1, you think it's going to be a really hard task for the rest of the field to
140.
peg that back.
$60. $149.
And comes out the traps and leaves 32 after 12 against Christopher Tonders, who looks to set up, but his way of response isn't
55. Alex
much
Akar,
of
32.
the surmountable, and so double 16 for an opening leg hold.
Game shot on
Double
the first
16
leg.
foul,
Alex
1-0 Spellman.
Just been a different class today, hasn't he?
Second leg, Christopher Tonders. Game on. $59.
Although I'm sure Neil Duff will be very pleased with his final performance of the day. 103 average
140.
in a 4-0 whitewash of Jared Cole. Neil Duff on
85.
6 points. He's going to find himself chasing Alex Spellman tomorrow. Oh, that's a wild one.
He's human.
Yeah, must have just
78.
fallen out of the grip.
$57.
Word for Paul Hinks, our referee. Refereed all 15 games today, refereed every game last week.
60.
One of our great refereeing team here.
105.
So the likes of Charlie Corstefine. Owen Binks, I suppose.
The tones of Danny McNamara.
100.
Do you want a bit of fun in the sun in Spain?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, he's on his ollie bobs. Hope you're having a great time.
58. Alex Akar, 123.
So 123 for Spellman for a 2-0 lead. Oh, that is excellent. Double 9. As
Game shot on the
easy as
second leg.
1,
Alex Spellman.
2, 3. 2-0, Spellman leads.
Well, his average
Third leg, Alex to throw
identical
first. Game on.
to Neil Duff's average, 103.66 currently.
58.
29 darts for the first 2 legs.
I think Christopher will be more than happy with how things have gone for him today.
140.
Certainly played well above the level that he's achieved in the last 12 months, looking at all the data available.
100.
As I said his average for 12 months was 79 and a half.
100.
Certainly excelled that today. A very pleasant surprise on debut. I've seen plenty of players struggle on day one.
96.
And walk away pointless. He's going to walk away with at least 4 points.
81.
You look at this group and you just think the battle for Group C and Group B is going to be, that's going to be the one to look out for. Because that could be anyone's game. And I suppose Neil Duff's job tomorrow is, if he can't
55.
keep tabs with Spellman, is to have enough of a gap from the rest of the field so he doesn't have to look precariously behind his shoulder on Wednesday.
100.
Yeah, he wants to get involved in a tussle with Spellman tomorrow, and that would almost guarantee his place in Group B.
135. Christopher Carr, 80.
Reverse the result against Spellman.
55. Alex Carr,
So this
57.
is for 3-0.
Finishing has been very tidy from Spellman, 2 from 3.
Game shot on the
3
third
from
leg.
5.
Alex Spellman.
3-0 Spellman leads. Now we're going to do a job swap because I'm now going to head up to the balcony. I'm going to let you finish the game
Fourth leg,
off.
Christopher to throw first. Game
pajamas.
on.
Spider-Man pajamas. And the Pikachu slippers. I've got to say, I'm a big fan.
93.
Worryingly, some people might think that's true. Well, what's true today so far is Spellman living up to his billing as favourite for not only this Group A,
140.
but favourite for the week.
85.
Bit of frustration there from Christopher.
58. 100.
Super last start, finding the gap. Spellman looking for 719s minimum to leave 170. Yeah, he can go back up.
96.
Treble would have left 167. Didn't like the
134.
opportunity that wasn't really available on the treble 19, so made the switch, but a good visit from the young German player down to 89.
$31. Christopher Carr, 89.
Doesn't need to go treble 20 and ball. Double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Very
Christopher
clean.
Saunders.
15 dart. Hold of throw. But now the work starts for him because Spellman has the honour.
Fifth leg, Alex to
5.
throw first. Game on.
Alex today with a 4-1 win in the opening match of the session against Neil Duff.
177.
Back that up with a 4-1 win against Jared Cole. And a 4-2 win against James
100.
Richardson. 4-1 win against Bradley. And in control of this one. So the most legs he's dropped today in any one match has been 2. And that was against
100.
Richardson. All the other results have been 4-1. And he's looking to replicate that in
57.
his final match. Barring
100.
that opening match where he did end up with an average of 85, 83,
85.
but started
Alex O'Connell,
tentatively.
124.
He's never looked troubled. Always has looked in control. And double 8 to finish it off with a blinder.
Game,
A 1,
shot, and the
2,
match.
3
Alex
finish
Spellman.
is trumped with a 1, 2, 4 finish to win the match, and another high average for Spellman. 98.41. 2 ton plus finishes, the 1, 2, 3, the 1, 2, 4. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. And those numbers will make very happy reading for this week's favourite. No 180s in the match, but 5 140s. And all in all, a very, very good day for Spellman. Well, we're going to join Chris and Henry up on the balcony.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one of us is supposed to speak now, Henry, but yeah, a nice little change. You've commentated on the action today. Only really one place to start, isn't there? And that's Alex Spellman. What a start to his campaign.
I say, first and foremost, it feels weird being on this side of the balcony, but we said at the start of the week when the list of players came out that we thought that we saw what he did here last time. He's been dominating that CDC circuit. He's got himself at the Alexandra Palace, and we thought in this group of players he could do some damage. Well, he's done more than damage today. He's really dominated proceedings, and going into day 2, he's already in a real good position as far as finals night's concerned.
Yeah, well, let's just show you the results, and you'll see that Alex Spellman's name is all in yellow. That means he's won every single one of his matches. Just some other standout results. There's been quite a lot of one-sided wins, but it's been inconsistent with the other players, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a case of too good, too bad, really, amongst the rest of the field. And I think, apart from Alex, I don't think there's many people that's going to come out today feeling overly happy with their performance. Not even Neil Duff, who's won 3 out of his 5. We know what he's like. He can be a harsh critic of himself at times, and he'll still feel that there's levels to go. I think Jared Cole will be happy with 2 wins, considering the level of performance that he had today. But James Richardson must be scratching his head and thinking, how's he only picked up 2 points from the day? You look at some of the averages, some of the performances that he's put in at times over the course of the day. He'll be thinking that 2 points is a bit of an unfair reflection.
He's good, isn't he? Mace, stay where you are. Tomorrow we'll keep Henry here.
Please don't.
Look, Alex Spellman kind of signalled his intention from the very beginning of the day, didn't he? A really good start to his campaign. And we're going to take a look at that win against Neil Duff here. That is some way to start, winning 4-1 against a world champion.
Exactly, and you felt them two going toe-to-toe in the first game. They're the 2 players that would like to set the tone for the week, set the tone for the group. They were the 2 of the favourites in our eyes before play got underway, and so you can set a statement when you win a game like that, and Alex did that, and he kicked on for the rest of the day from there.
Yeah, and just to pick out another moment featuring some of the other players in the group, Christopher Tonders, who is on debut, got the better of Bradley Roos in this match, but only after Roos missed this big fish attempt.
And you know what? Sometimes you feel these are going to go, and you felt it did, but Christopher, yeah, he got out of the gate really, really well. First couple of performances, really impressive, but we said in commentary that the big question is, can he last the whole of the day? You know, new to his big stage experience, take away the German Super League experience, relatively unknown on this type of stage. And look, this is work experience for him. He's got 5 days to learn the art, learn the craft of the stage. And look, he can take 2 points. He's into the week. Tomorrow, as we know, is an opportunity to move your way up the table. It looks like it's going to be the Group CB fight for him, and just see how the days go along.
Well, let's take a look at that table right now. Spellman, obviously the man at the top of it. 10 points for him. Neil Duff, 4 points adrift now. That's a big lead already in this group. Bradley Roos and Christopher Tonders, along with Jared Cole, on 4 points. And James Richardson, well, just that one win, as Henry mentioned there, he really will be scratching his head a little bit. Now, speaking of Henry, well, we've had a bit of a change of scenery here because we've lost the master of punditry for the day with the player of the day. Alex, congratulations, a perfect start. Just sum up your day and how you're feeling about it.
You know, the last time I was here, you know, I was I didn't know what to expect. This time, I knew what to expect out of myself, which was just play well. Didn't necessarily mean I was going to win anything, but I've been playing really well, and I'm glad that the results obviously reflected that.
You were installed as favourite by the bookmakers. Did you see that, and did that weigh heavy on you? It didn't seem like it did.
No, I mean, maybe the favorite based off of past play, but today's a different day. I can play good today, and I may play, poorly tomorrow. You never know. I started 5-0 last time I was here, and then I went 3-2, 2-3 the next 2 days. So
it is all on the day, but how much has your form on the CDC circuit, qualifying for Ali Pali as well, how much of a boost has that given you ahead of this campaign here?
Oh, very good. Like I said, the last time I was here, I didn't have a lot of confidence in my game. I knew I could pull some stuff out, but now I'm actually confident that I can do it regularly. I think over the course of our entire season, I was low 90s, and so playing at that level and coming here, it makes you feel good.
And what have you learned from last time to perhaps now try and carry on this run and get yourself to finals night with a couple of days to spare?
I guess what I already mentioned, it's just, the first day that I was here, like I said, I went 5-0, and then I think the next day I got another good win over Littler, and I think I got a little too comfortable and let some matches slip away, and then that added some extra pressure of going into the Wednesday of not playing to win, but playing not to lose. And unfortunately, I did that 3 times. So just knowing that tomorrow's a different day, so was Wednesday, and just try to repeat what I did.
Well, congratulations today. If you carry on like that, then I'm sure we'll see you on the stage on Saturday. We'll certainly see you tomorrow, and we hope to see you tomorrow as well. A reminder that the action is available exclusively on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. as always on Tuesday. But as far as Monday has been concerned, Spellman has been spellbinding.